All right, good. There we go. Good morning, everybody. We'll go ahead and settle down and get started here in just a moment. We have a couple of people with us here in person today, and the rest of our committee is available via Zoom. With the late date in the holiday season, I suspected people from around the state, Representative Wise would need to have access by Zoom to do that. So we've allowed that. So we'll give them a couple of minutes to settle in and we'll get going. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'll get us, we're starting a little bit late. Let me turn this down. Are we better volume wise? Yeah, we're a little bit better volume wise. We're starting a little bit late, but I'll get us back on time and limit my opening remarks. But I want to thank everybody and thank in advance the presenters. Thank the Representative Bentley, the secretary of our full higher ed committee, for being here with us in person. I think there's a couple other people that are on the way, and we have other members of the subcommittee that are with us on Zoom due to this late date. This is the third meeting following our August 23rd and September 27th meeting, in which we heard from folks about the constraints that we were facing in the workforce in Georgia at various levels and various situations that might be causing it. Our goal today is to hear some possible solutions. Just to be clear, these are the generalized solutions that may help us address in some cases things that are ongoing that we may want to share across the state. We'll probably stay away from specific policy questions related to it, because that, if and when they comes forward with a recommendation from the subcommittee or one of the members wants to bring it on their own, we'll get into the specifics of how it would be addressed legislatively, but try to keep this at a general level and a positive level. If you will, there is no bad idea to bring forward to the subcommittee today. This is for that, to bring forward ideas that could help us better utilize our financial treasure, if you will, at the state, how we're spending money to prepare people for the workforce, and obviously to make sure that we give our human capital, our individuals, students, traditional and untraditional students, a path forward into a workforce or into a better spot into the workforce if they're in there already. So with that, I'm going to limit my remarks and get us moving into our agenda this morning. The first presenters we have is Laura Ross, the president, and then Dr. Jennifer Diaz, the president-elect of the Georgia School Counselors Association. So if you guys would, do you want to present from there? You're welcome to sit at the table if you're more comfortable. That's fine. So I know which microphones to turn on. So we will turn it over to you guys.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to be here to represent Georgia School Counselors. We wanted to share with you all kind of our foundations of where we come from as K through 12 counselors, and talking about career development and post-secondary readiness, give you some examples of what is happening at the different levels, K through 12, and then also some challenges and possibilities of what we are facing, and then what maybe could happen with career development and post-secondary readiness. So just to start off with, we have several kind of documents, different things that we look at as a foundation when we are looking to support our students in post-secondary readiness and their career development. And one of those things is from our American School Counselor Association that we are an affiliate of. They have position statements. And so in the folder that we have for you all, and then on the slideshow, we've highlighted some of the things from the position statement around career development. But just wanting to highlight that we are looking at supporting our students and learning about careers in the world of work from the lower elementary grades all the way up through 12th grade. So our pre-K, kindergarten, first, second grade students are all learning about the world of work and getting some awareness and exposure to various things, and then all the way through the upper elementary, middle, and high school. And this is also kind of highlighted here about the role that school counselors play in that career development. Also working with students around their interest, abilities, specific career clusters, post-secondary plans, and making sure we are looking at multiple pathways to post-secondary. So, and what are those possibilities after high school? So there is a lot of focus around post-secondary education, but also career pathways, apprenticeships, internships, military, so that we are covering all of the opportunities that our students have. In the next part, the slide, it's just continuing to highlight our role in career development with our students, and looking at ways that we can collaborate with other curricular areas to highlight that as well. Identify gaps to access to post-secondary opportunities as well. The American School Counselor Association also has some other position statements that we adopt as the Georgia School Counselor Association around career and technical education, individual student planning for post-secondary preparation, and student post-secondary recruitment.
If you weren't aware, in December of last year, we had a new Georgia board rule that actually stated that we are now school counselors, no longer guidance counselors. Our national organization recommended that we get rid of that word in 1990, actually, because the job has changed. We really are delivering a comprehensive program, and we are no longer just counselors sitting in our office eating bonbons and giving advice to students. We are school counselors. So we have that from our board rule last December. And then with that, we also had the new Georgia student competencies for school counseling that's demonstrated in our slideshow. 3 different areas: career readiness competencies, learning readiness, and life readiness competencies. These are taught to our students through a comprehensive program. You may have heard of MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support in school. If you've heard of PBIS, positive behavior intervention systems, that is a MTSS SST, which is student support team, how we identify students for possible IEPs or further interventions. That is a MTSS. School counseling is also delivered through a MTSS. The first tier of any MTSS really is about delivering to 80% of the students. So that tier 1 is what 80% of all of our students should be receiving. Tier 2 then is for smaller groups of our students, so 10 to 15%. 5% of students that are identified that have greater need. And then tier 3 is where we might need to refer students out of the school system, maybe for other agencies to help with. So that is about 5% of our students. So we just kind of want you guys to understand school counselors really work with all students, and we have interventions in place at all 3 tier levels. The MD in the MTMDSS in our slideshow really talks about multi-domain. School counselors work in 3 domains. That's the academic domain, of course, helping students be successful in achieving all of their academic goals. We work in the college and career area, and as well as social and emotional area. We have interventions and we have activities that we have in place in all 3 tiers for all 3 different domains. So today we know we're really specifically focusing on that career domain. So we're talking about what do we do school-wide, what do we do with individual students, what do we do with small groups for students with these domains.
So part of what we do with our students is related to the Bridge Bill and requirements that we meet with the Bridge Bill. And so we do have a copy for that as well for you in the folder. At this point, there are requirements in middle school and high school related to the Bridge Bill and career development. In the past, there were some requirements for elementary school. But what I'm going to share with you in a moment is that some of our elementary schools, a lot of them are still carrying on some of those things that weren't required. They aren't necessarily required anymore, but they are still continuing those practices and learnings with the students because they found that it was helpful for them. And so I will share some of these as we move forward. So at the elementary level, these are just some examples of things that are happening at the elementary school level. There are career days and career fairs happening in schools, or sometimes careers on wheels, where different vehicles come in representing different careers. I know elementary school counselors that use Zoom or Skype to Skype in different people to talk about their careers with different classes. One of the things that used to be required in elementary was a 5th grade career portfolio and kind of a research project. And I know many elementary counselors kind of have continued that, and having 5th grade students actually continue to research a career, but they sort of lead the career fair and present on the career that they've researched to the younger elementary students. Things like career dress up days to bring awareness as well. And I know some elementary schools are also working on having weeks around awareness of post-secondary education. So even kindergarten through 5th grade, talking about what is the education needed past high school for a variety of careers. And then just in general, lessons that all students receive. There are things like goal setting lessons, which many times is a short-term goal for maybe that year, but a lot of times looking at then what's a future goal for them, and looking at post-secondary careers, colleges, and things that students can really connect to, and seeing how what they're doing now leads to that goal. And then, like I said, many of our elementary school counselors are still continuing with these career cluster lessons. There were certain career clusters assigned to each grade level, and I know I'm in Gwinnett County, and I know our elementary school counselors are still continuing those lessons around career clusters. So covering certain clusters in each grade level, kindergarten through 5th grade, to give more exposure to a variety of career opportunities for our students. And then looking at middle school, seeing there's some similar things that happen. Some middle school counselors are hosting career days and career fairs. Many of us are doing a post-secondary education awareness week, or some of us called Reach Higher Week, which was named after the Reach Higher initiative from Michelle Obama when she was first lady. I know that in my school for Reach Higher Week, one of the big things that we do is try to use that week to kind of demystify the opportunities for post-secondary education. And so we talk a lot about technical colleges. We have an amazing technical college system in Georgia, and making sure our students know what are the opportunities at those technical colleges. So often they hear college and it's 4-year universities, and it's based on something they've seen in a movie or a TV show like Harvard or a football team. which is too bad, go dogs. But we want them to know all the opportunities that are out there for them, and not just think that post-secondary education has to be one certain thing. We do goal setting lessons with them as well. And a lot of counselors are collaborating with other initiatives in their school. At my school, we have a STEAM initiative. I know many schools in Georgia do. And so then collaborating with those initiatives, and where can we pull in career related to those initiatives. At my school, we have a STEAM night, and there's different hands-on activities, but counselors also do some sessions around STEAM careers, and how that's related to what they're learning now in middle school. Counselors also support some of the junior achievement and Reality U initiatives in schools. I know out at Garrett Middle School in Cobb County, their school counselor, John Wosu, who happens to be our GSEA Counselor of the Year, is really integral in making sure a Reality U experience happens, where they're talking about life after high school and careers and budgets and finances and things like that. And of course, a lot of our classroom lessons sort of overlap with that social emotional development and career, because a lot of what we're talking about is employability skills. And so when we're working on lessons with all of our students on time management or communication, we know that those are also employability skills. And so being able to then tie those in. I just completed a lesson related to empathy with my 8th graders, and we talked about how that also is an employability skill and where does that show up in the world of work. And then, of course, with our bridge bill, our 6th graders are doing career interest inventories. Our 7th graders are doing career cluster explorations and saving career clusters to their portfolios. And we use different platforms. A lot of folks in Georgia use UScience. Some people use the platform Naviance, and I think there's a few others out there that are being used. In 7th grade, they explore career clusters and save some of those. And in 8th grade, they do a career aptitude inventory. And then they start looking at their high school graduation plan. So a generic plan, so they start to understand what is needed to earn that diploma. And we also do some dual enrollment information starting in 8th grade. So they're aware of that opportunity. In tier 2, in middle school, we really, in small groups, maybe helping students with goal setting. And again, a lot of times for our students, it's the future goal that is the motivator. And so talking about what is that future goal regarding career or post-secondary education, and then how is that related to what we're doing now as a step to get to that goal. Most of our middle schools have some sort of leadership program, peer leaders or student ambassadors that are also learning those employability skills. And then, of course, counselors are supporting in individual students planning for their future and are a part of the teams for those students with special education services and creating their IEP transition plans from middle school to high school.
Okay, so to give you some context into Ms. Ross and I spent 14 years as an elementary school counselor where I had career centers as a special, and that was super fun, and that exposed, and we were able to plant seeds in the little ones about ideas of things they want to do in the future. This is my 7th year as a middle school counselor. Ms. Ross also spent a lot of time in elementary school and is now middle school. So we had to consult with some of our high school friends to get some information to really be able to speak for them. And so we've spoken to folks around the state and gotten some ideas and some words. You'll see a lot of the same, similar things for tier 1 for high school. Again, it's all of those bridge bill requirements that high schools have to make sure they put in place and check off for students. Of course, college and career fairs. We are both in Gwinnett County. Every school and every cluster in every district does things differently. At the Lanier cluster where I am, we have a college and career fair that we have for our entire cluster. So it's the elementary schools are involved, middle school is involved, and the high school is involved. And we have folks from colleges, we have folks from the community colleges, from the technical schools, we have folks from military military that come out and their families are invited, and they're able to see a wide array of options for their students when they graduate. And again, we're having the elementary students involved because it's planting seeds earlier on, so they can maybe get a lanyard from the Army when they're 7 years old, and they hang on to that for a really long time, and they remember that experience of meeting an Army person. And then maybe they decide later on that's what they want to do, and that's where they want to go after they graduate high school. Again, planting seeds earlier on really makes a big difference. So we're talking about college options nights, when they're talking about FAFSA completion nights, lessons in alignment with the Bridge Bill. Of course, our high school counselors are going in and doing lots of lessons with their students as well. Tier 2, again, goal setting in small groups, multiple leadership programs, more and more opportunities, of course, as kids get older into the high schools. Those individual student plans, the 4-year and 6-year plans align with those post-secondary goals. High school students really need those spokespeople to advocate for all of them to be able to access those rigorous courses and be able to be enrolled in dual enrollment, which can be an issue for some students, again, because it's that equitable access, computer science for all students. So when we're talking about challenges or possibilities, hopefully you've heard a little bit of what we do on that continuum of K-12 and where we as school counselors can serve. So challenges, but also possibilities if we get some help from maybe this committee and folks that are our stakeholders that can help us a little bit more. We would be remiss if we didn't mention our school counselor to student ratios. Right now, our school counselor to student ratio is well over 500. We had legislation in 2013 that recommends that our ratios be 1 to 450. We are still not fully funded for that because we're not fully funded for our special education and our gifted students. Governor Kemp put that in one of his promises for his campaign. So we're hoping to see that again this year. That money was put into budget in 2020 before the world really fell apart. And so that budget money was taken away. So we're hoping to see that put back in place this year. Our use of time, we look at where we are spending our time. If you look at how we're supposed to be spending our time in the tiers, 80% of our time should be with a majority of the students. 80% of our time as well should be with students and in front of students. There are lots of things that get in the way with school counselors, the things that we have to do that aren't necessarily in front of students. And that's something that we continue to advocate for. We're talking about the equity, access, and inclusion for students. Dual enrollment students, to be able to be involved in dual enrollment, the parents have to have transportation. They have to be in schools where they have access to a college that's offering those courses. If we are looking at our career academies around the state, we have some amazing work going on in career academies, but not every school has career academies. One of our high school counselors who actually extended an open invitation to anyone on the committee to come see her. Her name is Jennifer Jones. She's a past president of GSCA. She's in East Coweta High School. And she said, tell them to come and spend some time with us, come walk the halls with us and see what we're doing and how we're trying to help students. She talked about how our students in poorer districts really are just trying to survive and they don't have as many resources as some of our other students do. Theoretically sound checklists. The Bridge Bill is theoretically sound. Everything in the Bridge Bill is wonderful and good and should happen for every student. However, with the demand that is on schools at this time, sometimes it ends up being a checklist. Okay, we've gotten that done. We want to be able to do more with those activities, but we also need more resources. And some of our counselors need more professional development, how to creatively deliver Bridge Bill activities. The DOE really has trade talks for school counselors, which are amazing. We've both been to some of those, but it is challenging for school counselors to get time away from their daily schedule to be able to participate in those. So maybe some more creative ways to deliver some of those ideas. Again, that professional development for counselors, we are the only people in a school building that had a career development course. And that career development course really is for the lifespan. We're the only ones in the building that have that training and have that knowledge. But once you get into real work, we know that grad school is ideal, pie in the sky, and everything's wonderful. And then when you get your boots on the ground and you're working, you may not be able to put into place all of those things. So again, some more professional development for counselors around the state. Maybe in the less resource-rich areas and districts, we're in metro area. We don't have any issues with that, but we do know counselors that are colleagues of ours that do. Workforce involvement in the curriculum. One thing that we hear over and over again in leadership in GSEA is we need to see more of our companies in the state of Georgia being involved in schools and being a regular part of what kids see. So maybe not necessarily being in the English curriculum, but how can they take part in maybe American history courses that everyone has to take? If we're looking at courses that all of our students have, then all of our students are going to have access to those folks. We need more in our buildings. It is a challenge for us to find transportation to go to sites when they do offer things for our students. So what more ways that we can partner with those companies and with those industries. More internships, job shadow opportunities for our students. Our students are starving for hands-on experience, so they really can get those seeds planted earlier on to be able to understand what it means to be a plumber, what it means to be a welder, and how you can be successful in that without having to go to a four-year university. But what does that job look like? We want to hear from some of those professionals that are doing that and have been in the workforce for a while, and inspiring our students about here's something that you can do that actually is really exciting, and you don't have to go to a four-year university for that. So we need to hear more from our workforce. It's about putting the future into reality for teenagers, letting them see what is actually possible for them. Useful data. We do focus on graduation rates. It's extremely important, looking at our end of course rate, completion rates, and what we want to be able to use as school counselors is more of our data that tells us what are our kids interested in. Bridge bill requirements start in 6th grade, and we take an interest survey. And that interest survey tells the kids maybe possible career pathways for them. Again, we want to be able to better use that data and maybe put them together in groups and have them be exposed to folks from those industries. So again, we have great data. We just need to be able to have the ability to do more with that. And then, of course, parent guardian understanding and support and buy-in. We do have parents that still feel, nope, my kid has to go to a four-year college, and they don't understand the possibilities that are beyond that. So we need to have some way for workforce to really get more PSAs to parents in the community to understand that your kid doesn't have to go to a four-year university. If they want to, and that is for them, that's fabulous, but it's not for everybody. And not everybody is going to be successful there because that's not where their interests lie. So we need to be able to figure out earlier on, where are our students' interests and how can we as school counselors set them on that pathway a little bit earlier on. Thank you for listening to us. What questions do you have for us?
We have just a few minutes for questions. I don't know if we have anybody online. But Representative Bentley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, ladies, for being here for your presentation. It's very interesting. There was one thing that you stated relating to dual enrollment, transportation. The parents have to transport. I was not aware of that. Can you elaborate a little bit more, please?
Sure. There are some online courses, but if you sign up for a dual enrollment course in my local high school, Linear, one of the close ones is University of North Georgia. If you don't have transportation, you can't take those classes.
There are some high schools that, depending on who they partner with, are able to bring someone into the school for the dual enrollment courses if they have enough students signed up. They can come in from a local university, but most of our students are traveling to that school to take the course.
Okay, thank you.
You have another question from online here, but let me follow up on that a bit. Given that we have some folks from TCSU, so I can ask later with the dual enrollment, but given the moves to some courses, are the dual enrollment courses available online only to facilitate the issues if there are transportation issues?
Some of them are.
Right.
But one of the things we learned during COVID and during online learning is that, many students' learning style is not served best with online situations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Representative Dickey, can you try?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hope you can hear me. I want to ask the ladies, what's changed or improved? I know you got lots of challenges. Say in the last 5 years, has there been a shift in advisement and things for students? Is it more CTAE courses? And I know we're building college career academies every year. Has that been a shift in what you see students gravitating toward?
I think definitely there has been. I think I've heard more over the past few years around CTAE. We've had our support at the DOE around providing information around trades and doing those trade talks. And I think it's expanded the knowledge of educators to help students with this and exposing them to all of these opportunities. And so I definitely have seen more and more and heard more and more discussions and experiences for students around not just college and a four-year university, but what are the opportunities with apprenticeships, opportunities at our technical colleges and what that can mean. And I know I've even heard just from my colleagues at my school whose students are in high school or are now finished with high school, the opportunities to complete some certifications while in high school and dual enroll with our technical colleges and either have a complete certification or at least halfway done by the time they graduate from high school. So there's definitely more conversation about the opportunities that are out there. And I think counselors, there are plenty of counselors that say that work closely with their CTAE departments as well. And I think that has definitely helped.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. I certainly agree with that assessment that the more of those students go toward that way, the more successful they seem to be in a long-term career.
And I will just add on to that, as a middle school counselor, in the past few years, I've had lots of individual conversations with students who unfortunately are already thinking about when they might drop out of high school. And when I can bring in conversation around CTAE opportunities, technical college, the different opportunities they have once they're in high school, beyond I graduate, I have to go to a four-year university. It sort of opens up that, it expands what they see as a possibility for themselves. And so they start to understand the importance of that high school diploma and the need for that. And I think that's definitely helped just in my individual conversations with students who then start to see, okay, there is a future for me that includes a high school diploma and what that can mean moving on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Dickey. I don't know if we have other questions. I want to, and we're a little bit over time, but we'll find our way back on. I want to tell you, I heard you loud and clear, and I know we have people that represent the business community here with the Georgia Chamber and the Metro. And I made this challenge over in Athens a few weeks ago. It's if we're going to expect to change in this area, it's going to take us, all of us, to push toward that kind of real kind of change. So to the folks for the chambers, you heard them say that we need business people in there, in the schools. I know they have to some extent be invited in, and we have to figure out that, especially given the COVID situation the last years, that you weren't on campus if you didn't need to be, and that sort of thing. But we have a lot of people, and we've heard testimony the last couple of meetings about the workforce issues, and I think we have to be partners with that. I mean, for all of the from Main Street to Fortune 100 companies can provide. You're being at least invited in by these two ladies who represent their group in the state of Georgia, and we'll get to the Superintendents Association if we need to do that. But I think we're hearing an invitation. So one of our calls to action will be not us sitting here as state legislators telling you it's your business and we don't have a part in it. We obviously do, but it's going to take a concerted effort. So I just want to make sure we heard that. And then so then I'm going to ask this question. We hear sometimes in the parental thing, the last thing is that the parent guardian understanding and buy-in and support of it's not just a 4-year degree. because we all see that around graduation time, the signs on the neighborhoods. I think you mentioned you were in the Lanier cluster. I have somebody that, teaches up there, and, there is that thing of, you're going here and, Susie, Billy, and Johnny are going to that school. So let me ask you, because I feel like a little bit, and I don't want to indict our K through 12 education as I sit here with Chairman Dubnik and higher ed, but I feel a little bit like we do some of that at the high school level too. Is the more people we graduate going to a 4-year college, we put a star by that and do this. So let me ask this question. I know you both middle school. Do we have any longitudinal kind of tests on? So if you're graduating 400 folks from Lanier High School, and because you've had to send records and whatever, this many kids are headed toward 4-year college or our technical college system, we really don't know what happens to the rest, right?
Right.
And we can't force them to tell us, but it seems like, and there would be, if we could come with some mechanism to help us track that, because we've invested, somebody tell me if I'm in the neighborhood, well over $100,000 of state dollars to have a child go through K through 12 education, right? I mean, yeah, I'm seeing heads nodding in the back, well over 100,000. So we've made this big investment. And then they're like gone, and we don't hear it. It seems like we ought to provide an opportunity for them to plug into the two systems, one from student finance, the one that Chancellor Perdue has championed and put in over the summer, Georgia Degrees Pay, to do this, but Georgia Futures of here's where you can get money to do it. Right. So the question, I guess I continue to talk, but the question is, do you track students after they leave? And y'all are both middle school, so you may not know that exactly.
Yes. So a little out of our experience area, but I do know that there are high school counselors that talk about surveys that they give to students post-graduation to ask where they are and what they've done. Of course, they have a hard time getting some students to answer, so it's not going to be 100% accurate. But I know that there are some areas, some districts that do that. It would be great if that could be a statewide thing, so we can have better information about what our students are doing, so that we can then help our younger students and guide them. So that's another opportunity.
Yeah, I think that would be great information to have. It would be, it's kind of like we're coming on January here, everybody makes New Year's resolutions. That's great, but they say you're much more apt if you write it down and look at it every day to make it happen. So, I mean, if we knew where these were, we can do it. So we can look at it. I guess the trouble there is they don't report to us anymore, if you will. If they don't report to the K-12 system. So we'd have to get, there's got to be some buy-in there. Maybe we need to make an app for that, right?
Right.
You do some sort of a community app. Do we have any further questions? We don't. And I thank you very much. And thank you for coming down with us, and appreciate everything you guys do.
Well, we appreciate that you're extending the invite to folks to come into our schools. Just to plug in, Representative Park actually visited my school via Zoom with my peer leaders last year. So we'll take you on Zoom. That's what we need.
You bet. And Representative Park is with us on Zoom to there. So he's out there in the hyperland
Right.
someplace.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Dr. Rivera, are you here? Oh, there you are. Sorry, please take the amount of time we allowed you. We'll get back on schedule later on. So I know we're running a few minutes late, but
yes, sir. No, I'm on your schedule this morning.
Yeah,
So thank you.
Dr. Grant Rivera is the superintendent of the Marietta City School. So we welcome you and thank you for coming.
Thank you, Chairman. And with your permission, I think it's the old teacher in me coming out. We have copies certainly for the committee, and then also with your permission, sir, I brought copies for the audience as well.
We're fine with the information being distributed. Please,
Okay.
please do so. Now, did you have this for
It's really what I brought was same to the handout, so we do not need to flip to that visual presentation unless
Okay.
the group prefers that.
all right, so for our members on the on Zoom, we'll get a copy to your office.
Yes, sir. So my name is Grant Rivera. I serve as a very proud superintendent at Marietta City Schools. I want to acknowledge and thank Leanna Brown and Tim Carroll and Dave Williams from Metro Atlanta Chamber for certainly inviting me to come today. I'm honored and grateful for the conversations that you are having around recruitment, retention, workforce needs, and really how we as school districts can best support this throughout the state. So I will start and just maybe share a bit. So I stand before you as a former special education teacher, a high school principal for 9 years, and as I mentioned, a superintendent here in Marietta for 6 years. And as we think about this opportunity in front of us, I think maybe I could share a personal story. I wanted to also share with you a bit about Marietta City Schools and our journey, and then maybe close with what are some things that in your seat might be valuable statewide as we continue to have conversations and learn more. But I go back to when I was in elementary school. And I remember my mother was a nurse. My dad was a college professor. And just because I idolized my mom, I said, she's a nurse. I want to be a doctor. Just picked it out of thin air. And I remember my mother in 5th grade said, well, Grant, if you want to be a doctor, I want to make sure you know what doctors do. So she arranged for a friend of hers to meet me at 6 a.m. in the morning. And I met this doctor at a hospital, and I was going to shadow him all day long. Well, by 6:30, I knew I didn't want to be a doctor. But I would go on and I did what I thought I was supposed to do, which is graduate from high school, go right on to college. I picked my college based on where my grandfather went, not because it necessarily fit where I wanted to go or what I wanted to do, rather. And it was about moving freshman, sophomore, junior year of college and changing my major 5, 6 times. It wasn't until my senior year in college I figured out that I wanted to be an educator. And it's interesting because I think one of the challenge we have in K-12, and I think my 2 colleagues that stood before you earlier, the conversation that is so relevant is that, and you asked this, Chairman, about how do we change conversations with families? The reality is that many kids think they have to go from high school straight on to college, and we miss the opportunity to talk about college fit and college match, and how do we choose post-secondary opportunities based on an interest and an aptitude, as opposed to picking it because a relative went there or picking it because of your favorite football team. But I think there's also a concern that I have in K-12 education, which is where the counselors you heard from earlier are so important. We also have to change the narrative with families. And you mentioned this, Chairman, that there is not a stigma attached to people who do not go straight to a 2 or 4 year college. And that's actually one of the challenges that I think we're addressing head on in Marietta. And I think around the state, we are certainly working towards that as well. And that is, how do we showcase for families and empower kids to understand that if 2 or 4 year post-secondary schooling is for you, great. But the reality is that if it's not, there are certainly incredibly well-paying jobs and a workforce that is ready and eager to welcome you. And quite candidly, the plumber that I'm paying at my house today is making more than I am. So there's an opportunity to be reflective about how do we change that conversation for families, and certainly change that conversation in K-12 education. So therefore, kids are asking the right question as they approach graduation. And I think that's one of my greatest fears as a superintendent, certainly as an educator, is that we have and I think this is the question that we have to continue to ask ourselves in Marietta throughout the state, is as we have kids who are approaching 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade in high school, how are we setting them up to understand their options when they approach graduation? When we can talk earlier, and you asked the question about graduation rate, and the counselors commented on that, but the reality is there are a percentage of kids in our school district and a percentage of kids around the state of Georgia who think they are going to college when they graduate. They don't, and they end up stuck the day after they walk across that stage. So I want to talk to you for a moment about how we're approaching this in Marietta, maybe acknowledge some of the questions that came up earlier and how they're woven into some of our philosophies and approach in Marietta, and then step back and take a statewide view for you. But the handout that I gave you, and certainly that I shared with our audience, I want to walk through. So Marietta is one of 51 college and career academies around the state of Georgia. And I think that's interesting because if you follow how we develop the college and career academy, we have 181 school districts. We have 51 college and career academies. And I'll share with you a little bit more about what that means for children and families and what that means about setting a child up for success. But I think there's an interesting question to say, if we believe that potentially college and career readiness, as defined by how Marietta and others around the state have built those 51 academies, does that become a driver for workforce needs across the state? 181 school districts. 51 college and career academies. Let me bring you inside our building for a moment and share with you what that looks like. And I think the reflective question is this a driver across the state of Georgia? And is there more opportunity to build such programs? So in Marietta, what do we have? We have 20 different career pathways. If you look on the backside of the sheet that I shared with you, you will see each of those pathways listed. Marietta is interesting. It's a single high school district. So I previously had worked in Clob and Fulton as a high school principal. And in those districts, a lot of times the high schools had fewer number of career pathways, but in Marietta, we're one high school. So all of our kids feed through us. We don't compartmentalize throughout a larger geographic area within our school district, 5 or 6 here and 5 or 6 there. We always say in Marietta, if you want it, you got it. But what you will see there across the left are all the different pathways that are available to kids. And you can actually make your way down towards the bottom and you will see some of those programs, for example, like cosmetology or automotive, they're not offered in our building because we simply don't have the physical space to do such. But what we do is we partner in our case with Chattahoochee Tech. So we offer those pathways to kids. There was a question earlier about dual enrollment and transportation. Quite candidly, in Marietta, we have one of 2 approaches, and that is either we bus you to Chattahoochee Tech so you can take those courses, because we don't want that to be a barrier for kids, or, and I'll talk about this in a moment, one of the ways in which we've tried to address some of the dual enrollment dynamics, and there are some that are challenging. It's an incredible opportunity, but we also have brought more and more college professors onto our campus. So therefore, they're working in our building on our bell schedule. There's also an opportunity, and I've met with some folks from TCSG, for us to credential our high school teachers to actually be dual enrollment teachers. Explain to that in a moment, but I think there's an interesting opportunity there. But you can see at Marietta High School and our College and Career Academy, imagine 20 different pathways that students can start to learn about in middle school, start enrolling in 9th and 10th grade. You can take multiple pathways as you matriculate through Marietta High School. You can get an international baccalaureate diploma. There's a lot of varieties of what you can get, but kids have exposure to 20 different pathways. As they move through those pathways, our goal is to get them academic credit and classroom experience, grade 9, 10, maybe grade 11. But by grade 12, our goal is to get as many kids as possible out into the workforce. So therefore, if I have a passion around a certain pathway, I can then, just like my mom did for me in 5th grade, then we can get those kids out into the workforce interning, often with paid internships, to see if in fact their interest and aptitude aligns with potential workforce opportunities. We have, and you can see there are 175 different business partners that we have with our College and Career Academy. Some of those are internship placements. Some of those are very, very deep partnerships where in fact companies have hired liaisons to welcome our kids and shadow our kids and support them. As I mentioned, 20 different pathways, 68% of Marietta High School's 2,700 kids are enrolled in at least one pathway. And then through those pathways, we then have, yes, sir. So we have 2,700 students at Marietta High School. 68% of our students are enrolled in at least one or in at least one pathway. And I think just to complement that, so imagine for a moment, I am a 9th grader taking English, math, science, and social studies and world language and PE and health. I'm also a 9th, 10th, and 11th grader who can start to navigate through a pathway. Any one of those listed on the backside of this form may be offered at Marietta High School, may be offered at Chattahoochee Tech. And then as I get through high school towards my 11th and 12th grade year, I can start to get an internship placement where I take what I've done in class and what I've learned and try to apply it in the workforce again, paid or unpaid. And the other opportunity that we have that I'll just mention as part of our College and Career Academy is that in addition to our school counselors, like the ladies you met previously, we also have 2 dedicated career advisors and 2 dedicated college advisors. The former Associate Dean of Admissions at UGA sits on our high school staff, parks in our parking lot every single day. Her job is to help with college fit. Our college advisor, who complements our high school counselors, is responsible for helping for career fit. And I will at this point also, and maybe some of you here are familiar with this, maybe those in our audience may not be, another way that we leverage pathways and advisors and matriculation through high school is through something called U Science, YOU Science. It was a priority by Senator Tippins years ago. It looks, we give every 9th grader the U Science exam. It looks at interest and aptitude. So imagine for a moment, if we can take pathways, opportunities, workforce internships and what have you, and then also complement that with a career inventory that looks at interest and aptitude, we feel like we have an incredible opportunity to set kids up for success. So they're not only finding the right fit post high school, but they're also avoiding a lot of that wandering that's, for example, I did. So that's a glimpse into the College and Career Academy. I also want for a moment to talk to you about dual enrollment and credentialing. So you look at the bottom side of that page, you will see that we currently have 103 students, many in their junior or senior year, who are completing internships out in the field in any one of those pathways out in the city of Marietta. You asked about transportation for dual enrollment. I will tell you in Marietta, our priority is that if a student needs transportation to and from a job site, we provide that. We have 92 students participating in dual enrollment. There have been some challenges with dual enrollment. Let me speak to that for a moment. Having consulted extensively with Irene Munn, several years ago, there was legislation passed that limited dual enrollment to 30 credit hours, 30 academic hours, and there was also a HOPE career grant. And I do think there's an opportunity as we think about dual enrollment. Here's the pattern that we saw when we capped dual enrollment at 30 hours. We saw families who prioritized academic credit first. They went for English, math, science, and social studies. You know what they stopped? Career tech classes. As I was talking with TCSG, not only across the state, but certainly in Marietta, we saw a significant drop in the number of kids taking career tech related dual enrollment courses once we put the 30-hour cap in. There's an opportunity to potentially, and one of our legislative priorities in Marietta was to run the 30 hours of academic credit concurrently with the Hope Access Grant. I think there's a conversation there about how we open that up for students. I will tell you in Marietta, the other dynamic around dual enrollment that I referenced earlier is that a lot of times we have challenges trying to coordinate a college schedule with a high school schedule. And what that means is that kids get canceled out of dual enrollment classes. That number that you see that's 92 for Marietta High School, it should be double or triple that. So one of the things that we're doing next year is that we will hire a full-time college professor as part of the Marietta High School staff to teach dual enrollment healthcare science classes. Why? There is a shortage in the healthcare field. And what we know is that if we can get them through our initial freshman, sophomore, junior level classes, get them into a dual enrollment class where they're not getting canceled out because of Chattahoochee's schedule, they're on spring break and we're not. Or we have a pep rally in the morning to celebrate the state championship cross country team, but they've got a dual enrollment class, all those things that interfere in the life of a high school kid. So our strategy to that is when we need to, we'll bus them to Chattahoochee Tech, but what we're also going to do is hire staff full-time to be a part of our staff who can then subsequently teach dual enrollment classes on our schedule. So I think there's an interesting opportunity statewide to have the conversation to ask, how do we better support dual enrollment on high school campuses when in fact there's a barrier for students to access those courses? And the reason that's so important is that we know kids who are involved in dual enrollment are also able to get credentialed in different pathways. Just to share with you some other numbers, and maybe I'll step back and talk a little about statewide for a moment. You can also see 556 industry credentials were earned in 21-22. So let me say that back to you for just a moment. I told you 68% of the students at Marietta High School were involved in one or more pathway. In order to be, as you matriculate through a pathway, at the end of that pathway, you have the opportunity to earn credentialing. That could be in engineering, it could be in culinary, it could be in healthcare science. But we had 556 credentials offered to students, which I will say makes them incredibly marketable as they try to transition from whether it's high school to the workforce or high school to post-secondary education. And then the last thing referenced there is 12 students who participated in option B. So again, understanding that everyone in this room may have a different understanding of what option B is. In one sense, option B is the opportunity for students to complete an associate's degree while still in high school. That associate's degree could transfer then to employment. That associate's degree could transfer to post-secondary credit. There's also the opportunity if you choose not to get the associate's degree while in high school, you can actually get up to 2 different certifications that would apply for workforce job opportunities. So that's a glimpse into the College and Career Academy at Marietta High School. Again, I say to you, like, our priority has been How do we help every student matriculating through high school to understand where their greatest opportunities are for success? Our goal is to open up more doors as opposed to close them. And our goal is to make sure that every student, as they approach senior year in high school, have had the opportunity to have workforce exposure, understand their own interests, their own aptitude. So therefore, they can decide what the best foot looks like after they walk across the graduation stage. If I'm being just very candid with this group, an area where I feel like we as Marietta High School have to do better, one of my worries is that we have a lot of kids saying they're going to college. And when they say they're going to college, their families come to scholarship night, they meet with our college advisors, they're meeting with their professional school counselors, and they're tracking for graduation. And they get their acceptances, they get their financial aid, and they leave our campus and they go onto a college campus and everything is great. But then you've got a certain percentage of kids who think they're going to college and find out at the 11th hour because of finances, because of admissions, or otherwise they're not. And those kids haven't obtained the credentialing or the dual enrollment or the other types of things they need to make them workforce ready upon graduation. I think the greatest gut check for us as a school district, but I would say the greatest gut check for K-12 education in Georgia is how are we preparing every single child to be workforce ready when they graduate? Because 100% of them are not going on to post-secondary education. And the reality is that, with all due respect to McDonald's, every kid that stops me and asks me if I want ketchup with my fries, that's a kid that we didn't prepare appropriately for post-graduation from high school. So the question really becomes, how do we leverage college and career academies in particular to make sure that kids have exposure, and we collaborate with counselors, with families, with children. We remove the stigmas attached to kids that are going through and going from high school graduation on into full-time careers. How can we start to remove some of those barriers? For us, the College and Career Academy has been an incredible lever to do that. Again, there are 51 of those throughout the entire state of Georgia. I think I may be close with some thoughts and certainly happy to take any questions you may have. The question becomes, again, how do we prepare every single child who graduates for post-high school opportunity? How do we remove the stigmas that families have attached, regrettably, to students who may choose to go straight into the workforce? And what does that look like? Again, I can give you an example just briefly in Marietta. One of the things that we realized is that kids felt there was a stigma attached to going straight into the workforce. Families sometimes thought there was a stigma attached going straight into the workforce. We partnered with a company called Illuminate. Illuminate is right in downtown Marietta. They are an IT transportation company, multi-million-dollar company, does all the toll roads throughout Georgia, lights. They touch a lot of things that all of us take for granted driving to and from home and work each day. And I said to the head of Illuminate, I said, what kind of careers could you provide for my kids? He said, Grant, I could take a kid coming right out of high school and I could put him out in the field. I could take a kid coming right out of college and make him an engineer. I said, do you think you could start to expose some of our kids and our families and debunk the stigmas that are attached to this? Right now, we have kids at Illuminate. They will be there this afternoon. Some who want to go straight from high school, some who want to stay with this company and matriculate through an engineering degree and come back after college. But I said, hey, David, how do we debunk the stigma of this multi-million-dollar company for people who think they can't go straight from high school into the workforce? And what we did was we brought families and we brought kids and we took them to the Illuminate headquarters. We took them to the Clob DOT headquarters and we said, hey, listen, all of this is waiting for you upon graduation if you take advantage of both a pathway and an internship. And I will tell you, there were kids who walked into the Clob DOT center. I was standing there with them, who had no clue they could be making $75,000 to $100,000 and go straight from high school into the workforce after several years of matriculating through. So in Marietta, we've tried to take a very creative approach to exposing kids and families to the opportunities. I think, again, there's a statewide opportunity to say, how do we leverage youth science? How do we leverage interest and aptitude? How do we leverage college and career academies? How do we leverage partners who are desperately clamoring for our students as future employees? And how do we build bridges that go from high school to workforce and post-secondary to the workforce? And how do we show kids that there's an incredible life and incredible career that exists right here within the walls of Georgia? So I offer some thoughts there. Certainly happy to respond to any questions that you may have, acknowledging there's a lot of nuances from pathways to dual enrollment, to credentialing, to college and career academies. But I appreciate all the support that we've gotten as a school district to do this work, because I think it is the most important work that we're doing.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Anybody online there? Give a minute. Oh, I want to thank you for doing this and kind of, and this is not a gotcha question, but I mean, inquiring minds want to know, if you will. So you're doing things differently. You're providing some transportation. There's got to be an added cost to that. And that's what I'm saying. I don't want to make it a got you question. So I don't know how I'll ask the question. I mean, you know, does Marietta City Schools spend more per person, you know, in your system than, you know, I know you don't want to compare yourself with, you know, some of your peers, but I mean, do you spend more per student, or do you just, yes, you spend a little more, but you deploy your resources better?
Yeah, no,
you're a consolidated geographic area for, you know, so can you kind of give me a, you know, what's a view into the secret sauce?
yeah, Chairman. No, I think you asked an honest question, so let me give you an honest answer. So ultimately, I think your time and your money are a reflection of what you value. And I think a lot of times in K-12 education, we say that we want to get kids to the finish line, which is getting them to graduate. And we all boast about having a graduation rate of 90% or higher. And we could check that box. They're off my roster and they're somebody else's. And the reality is that I think that our time and our values should also be aligned to how we set kids up for success after they're off our books. So I think to your point, so how do we do some of the things that we do? And again, it's just really candidly, time and money is a reflection of what we value. So in some sense, yes, we have reallocated internal positions. You say, like, do we spend more per people? My gut says probably not. I mean, I can tell you that we don't have the tax base some other districts in which I have worked. So I don't necessarily believe that we per se are spending more per student. What we have done is we said, all right, we believe strongly that there should be a career advisor. We believe strongly there should be a college advisor. And we have reallocated those internal resources to do such. I mean, I'll give you an example, like secret sauce. How do we bus kids? Our bus drivers work 25 hours a week. They're not even full-time employees. They are clamoring for extra jobs. They are clamoring for field trips. We also reached out to local businesses, and Jim Ellis gave us $60,000 to help fund transporting kids throughout the school day. So whether it's around reallocating internal resources, whether it's about going out to our partners and saying, hey, we want to be able to transport kids here. Can you help us? Really, at the end of the day, it's all our time and our money are a reflection of what we value. We have been very unapologetic about prioritizing the College and Career Academy in our city. And candidly, I believe that hasn't come to the detriment of other students. It's just come at the prioritizing of the fiscal resources that we have. I also will say, though, and we are a charter district. So there are charter funds that are allocated. Let me be transparent there. And we choose to allocate those very strategically towards some of the priorities that we talked about here.
And thank you for the honest answer. And let me follow up the question. It wasn't to challenge, you know, what you're doing and where you're spending the money. And in fact, it was the other thing to reinforce that. I felt like you might be spending a little more than you are on a per student basis. You tell me you maybe you're not actually, and maybe
we are.
Close, but it's not. Yeah. But you know, so I'm back to this, and it goes back again to, you know, it's doable.
Yeah.
It's, you know, I won't say it's not magic, or it is magic, but it's doable. So if it's important, you know, I'd look out at the rest of the state and know that there are geographic issues with a county whose population is not as dense as yours. I mean, it's not as easy for them to transport if a student lives 20 miles from school. I mean, you probably don't have anybody that lives 30 miles from your school that's in your district. So it's not a one size fits all thing, but you know, I guess the challenge for anybody that's, you know, in the room or listening to us is you know, it can work, you know, it is working. And if we want it to work more, we have to be willing to, you know, to change the focus and, you know, make changes to make it happen. So I thank you for that. I don't know if I've scared up any questions. I'm sure we're gonna you're not that far up the road here. We'll either come see you or we're going to invite you back when we get the full committee back in during session. But I really appreciate you coming down and the sharing of the information.
And Chairman, can I just build upon one thing briefly that you mentioned? You know, you talked about doing it differently. I was a high school principal for 9 years. I struggled to make dual enrollment work for 9 years as a high school principal because I never could get in line with a college schedule. I wanted my kids to have access to college classes, especially when there's flexibility in their schedule. And it was literally 2 months ago that I sat in the office with Ron Newcomb from Chattahoochee Tech. And I said, I'm tired of banging my head against the same wall. Can I hire a teacher and will I earn FTE for that? So I'm not out money. He said, yeah, we could even pay him this supplement and do this and do that. And the reality is that if I had that answer 9 years ago, do you know how many more kids I would have put in dual enrollment classes who potentially would have had access to either post-secondary to jobs, or for that matter, post-secondary credit? So I think to your point, it's just about there are barriers that everyone experiences, be it transportation and travel, be it dual enrollment, be it staffing. I do think the answers are out there. We have found the College and Career Academy a very powerful tool to do that. And we feel like we've got a lot of room to grow, a lot of things that we can do better. But I'll tell you, I'm very grateful for the way in which the state has prioritized that. So thank you again for the conversation.
Yeah, thank you. We'll have you back. We're going to move forward. Is this what we're next? Is that... Okay, I'm sorry. We have online. Mary, are you with us?
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes. There
Good
you are.
morning.
Mary is the Director of Workforce Policy for ACT Incorporated. I'm going to just let you get right at it.
Thank you so very much for your time, Chairman and members of the subcommittee. I'm going to be sharing my screen for a very brief presentation, and hopefully have plenty of time for questions from committee members. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And with the magic of technology, hopefully this will work. Can everybody see my screen? A
Yes.
verbal conference. Thank you so very much. So again, thank you for your time this morning. My name is Mary LaFay. I work for ACT, and I am the Director of Workforce Policy, and I'm here to talk to you about defining college and career readiness for student success, and certainly for the students of Georgia. So as a company, we are not blind to the fact that there's a lot of confusion that has historically been in the education space around readiness. We, I think, have a good handle on what we mean when we say college readiness, but then it starts to get very confusing very quickly when we start using phrases like college and career readiness, or just career readiness. Is that different than college and career readiness? And then how is career readiness different than work readiness, job readiness, et cetera, et cetera? It gets confusing, not just for educators, it gets very confusing for policymakers, parents, and students. What are we getting ready for? And so a few years ago, back in 2018, I partnered with a colleague in research at the time to create research leveraging basically 50 years at the time of ACT research on what it took to be ready for college and how we measured readiness for careers, and put it in a framework that was to basically provide clarity around all of these terms, and not just clarity around definitions, but how to use data to create benchmarks of readiness for different use cases for college versus career, and acknowledging that these are measured differently in different contexts. You can't substitute measures of college readiness for career readiness and vice versa. In summary, what we found was that the level of rigor of skill needed to be ready for entry and success in most colleges that first year was the same level of rigor of skill that was needed to be ready at a foundational level for any career in the US. And in summary, the research showed that instead of asking if our students are going to be ready and prepared for college or ready for career after high school, essentially we should be saying ready for both. And that we really, again, to borrow some of the comments of the previous speaker, we really need to get rid of the stigma that ready for careers is somehow a lesser level of rigor of skill that's needed to be ready for college. Because our research as a company shows that no, you need to get to a certain level of skills, or otherwise you're not going to be ready for that job training program. You won't be successful on the job. And so just backing all of that up with some research, happy to provide more detail to the committee, members of the subcommittee about that research. It's a long read, apologize. It also doubles as a sleep aid. It's quite a long report, but I believe that members are being provided with a summary of that research. and happy to discuss that further. But essentially, you might be asking yourselves, how does ACT as a company measure career readiness? Well, a lot of you know us as, the company for the last 60 years that's been measuring college readiness with the ACT test. And fair enough, we named the company after the product, so that's how you know us. But what you might not know is that for the past 30 years, we've been a trusted voice in measuring and certifying what it takes to be ready in careers. And we do that through a series of assessments called work keys. They are different than the ACT assessments in that they're not measuring what you know. They measure, can you apply what you know to solving work contextualized problems? And we do that through a series of 7 different assessments, 3 of which I've highlighted here: work keys applied math, graphic literacy, and workplace documents. And these 3 assessments, when an individual takes these assessments, it's again demonstrating their actual level of skill through an assessment that we have issued millions of in the last few years. If an individual takes these 3 assessments, they can qualify for a national career readiness certificate based on a minimum score on each of those 3 assessments that I just showed. And why do we certify skills? We certify skills because we know that they are related to what jobs require. And this is just a quick snapshot of some research that we conducted using some data that's tied to those work keys assessments. So in the Wayback Machine, back when work keys was created back in 1993, they were developed to be used by employers for hiring. An individual job seeker would take the assessments and demonstrate a level of skill, but we also developed a process called job profiling, where an employer could deconstruct the skills needed for a job on the same metric that the assessments measure. And it would quickly show if either a skill gap that need to be remediated or a skill match, making sure that the employer knew that an individual was a good bet for investment and hiring. To date, we've actually conducted over 22,000 of those job profiles across all careers. And what we do with that data is we can aggregate it up. And again, on the same metric as the assessments, know how many jobs is an individual foundationally qualified for based on their work keys skill score. And all this is showing, this table, is that if I, as Mary, score a level 3 in applied math, I'm demonstrating foundational skill readiness for only about 50%, half of the jobs in the US, and a lower percentage of jobs for workplace documents and graphic literacy. As I skill up, I'm clearly broadening my opportunities in terms of readiness for job training and career development in different careers across the US. We also use this aggregate data to provide career exploration information for individuals of all ages, but certainly high school students, to not just explore here in this dashboard the aggregate information by 16 different career clusters. I'm highlighting agriculture right here, but it's to show them what is agriculture? What are the jobs that are actually in that pathway? And then more importantly, when I hover over these little bubbles of different job titles, it'll show me the work key skills that are needed for success in that job. But even more than that, the wages and the openings and the opportunities that those careers can afford. And it's often really eye-opening for a lot of students. And so again, it's kind of building on not just interest, but here we're actually looking at skills that are required for success in those jobs as defined by work keys. So in summary, in terms of the policies and practices that we really recommend to increase readiness for students, and I'm really going to be focusing on high school students, but this is really information that's as valuable for adults as it is for youth. But we really should be dispelling notions of different levels of skills that are needed for college or career readiness. For students, as parents, as educators, as policymakers, and as a company, we need to be saying that we value college and career readiness equally. Certainly, we do believe that career awareness activities should begin earlier in a student's education. They shouldn't be finding out right before they graduate high school that they're not ready for a career, that maybe what they had in mind is not quite what they thought. And I've often said to my own kids, sometimes it's really valuable to know what you don't want to do. But you can use data from, again, benchmarks created by assessments like work keys to set goals for students for a career tech program, just to know where should they be maybe before they graduate to be ready for most occupations in the US. And certainly not just basing it on interest and demonstrating skills, but offering that authentic work-based learning experience endemically throughout the state is something that we think is valuable for all students, not just those on a career track. And then lastly, we do know that it's not enough to just demonstrate the skills. You have to show up on time, dressed appropriately. So that importance of foundational and non-academic behaviors is certainly something that we don't want to ignore. One other thing I'm going to say in conclusion is that you might think that, well, these are assessments that are being primarily used for students. But what value is there in the credential if employers don't know about it? So that is where we enter work-ready communities. And in fact, for those of you that might not be aware, this was a program that actually started as a state initiative in Georgia during the Purdue administration. And at one point, I believe that pretty much all of the counties in the state of Georgia were certified work ready using the same metrics that we've now taken nationally with this program across 500 communities. What is work ready communities? It's a county-based initiative that leverages the NCRC, that credential based on work keys, to connect different partners in the county using that common metric of workplace skills. It connects not just economic developers, but employers, workforce developers, and certainly educators in certifying and skilling up all parts of the labor market, entry, emerging, current, transitioning, people returning back from the military, reentry, all of those different parts of the labor market getting certified. And why are they doing this? Not just to demonstrate a skilled and available workforce, but they're doing it to attract new investments into the community. And especially for rural areas that can't compete with the metros in terms of just sheer numbers of individuals with degree programs, they're leveraging work-ready communities for site selection. And this is just a snapshot of the Site Selection magazine, State of the State rankings, that actually uses NCRCs as one of the only workforce metrics to rank states for site selection. Site selectors, and if you aren't aware, those are the consultants that are hired by economic and workforce developers to attract business and investment into a community to make community job growth happen and sustainable. So I'm going to stop presenting at that point. That was quite a bit of information. And I'm going to go ahead and entertain any questions from the subcommittee members or from the chair. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Any questions? So basically the work keys is a predictor, for lack of a better term, of the fit a taker would have into the workforce at the most general level.
Correct. So not fit per se, but have they demonstrated the skills? Can they read the technical manual for that that's required for that job? If they're going into a carpentry program, can they do the foundational math that's actually needed at the level to be successful on the job day one? The way that we scaled or developed the assessments, the lowest level that we measure on work keys is the lowest level of skill that an employer would assume that any job seeker coming into their front door on day one of a job would have without need for additional training. And it goes from very simple to, say, like making change, to very complex, to things that would involve like solving for volume and area in a room using tiles or a given amount of liquid. And so it goes from simple to complex, but it's measuring demonstrated actual skills. So it goes beyond just fit and interest, if that answers the question.
I understand. Absolutely. Anything further? Not, thank
Mr.
you very
Chairman.
much. And we appreciate you joining us. Yes. Chairman Perkle.
Yes, thank you for, I couldn't figure out, I'm on a cotton picker, couldn't figure out how to raise my hand, so I just thought I'd interject.
Yes,
Did I
sir.
hear you right that one of the areas that you're looking at in measuring proficiency has a problem solving portion? That's the area that I see that we need a lot of work in, is our young workforce being able to solve problems on the go. Did I hear it right? And maybe I just heard it wrong.
No, you heard it perfectly. So we're not measuring things like your ability to read a paragraph from Shakespeare and interpret it. We're asking you to read a workplace document, like maybe an excerpt from a technical manual, maybe it's a memo from the CEO, and you're asked to problem solve to interpret what that means. Same thing for math. We're not asking you to solve formulas. We're asking you to apply what you might know in terms about math skills and solve a problem that's actually in the workplace using your math skills. So it is definitely problem solving and critical thinking that we're tapping into with these assessments, not just measuring knowledge.
All right. So if we are measuring basically a problem solving ability, do we have a metric to help? I know when I was in school, a lot of what my learning was, quote unquote, is memorization and regurgitation and less in problem solving. Do we have, and I don't know if you're the right person to ask, but is that a critical thinking skill that we are inserting into our young population?
I would not be the expert on Georgia curriculum. I would say this though, that a lot of the problem solving that you're talking about and that we measure with work keys, those are pretty much embedded in career tech programs already. Unfortunately, the only students benefiting from that critical thinking and problem solving, again, applying it outside the classroom, are students in those programs. What for the other students that maybe think that they're college bound or have no idea and are not focusing on either college or career? All of the students in Georgia could benefit from the transfer of knowledge that is taught systematically in a career tech program. That is why we advocate for, it doesn't matter what pathway you think you're on, all students could benefit from a career tech class or career focus class. It helps to reinforce what they've learned in the other classrooms and vice versa. We shouldn't be teaching to a lower level of rigor. I'm not saying that's happening, but in a career program, they should be equally as rigorous as in a college prep program. So again, trying to eliminate these pathways so that all students are benefiting from the best of both, if that answers your question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Perkle. Anyone else? Not Mary. Thank you very much. And thank you for taking the time with us today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We have Rachel, tell how many of their name, Carestas, the Executive Director with Science in the U.S. We're going to ask her to come forward and she'll present with us in person here.
Is it on here?
Sorry, it's committee room, I think. This one? Yeah. Thank you. Drop a lot. Okay. Thank you all very much for having me here today. Again, my name is Rachel Carestas. I'm the Executive Director of Science is Us. We are part of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, AAAS. And I'm very glad to be here actually at this precise moment, because it seems like there's a bit of a narrative forming from the presentations this morning, which actually fits right in with what I was going to talk with you all about today. So let's see if this does actually work the way I think it will. I think a lot of this may be stuff that you guys already know, but there's sort of a spin on this that we'd like to give. We've done some research over the last several years on what the economic impact of STEM broadly is around the country. It is the driver of the U.S. economy as a whole, but it is also the primary driver of Georgia's economy. STEM supports 66% of Georgia's GDP. This was released in early 2020, just before the pandemic. It's going to be updated in the early part of next year, but I don't anticipate that number to change significantly. I think what's interesting, though, is not just that STEM drives the economy, but that 6 out of 10 of the STEM professionals in Georgia don't have a bachelor's degree. Let me say that again. The vast majority of the STEM professionals in Georgia do not have a bachelor's degree. And, you know, the folks from the school counselors, the superintendent, even the representative from ACT was saying we need to talk about that stigma and showing folks that there are other pathways and so forth. Well, there's the vast majority of STEM professionals already know this to be true. And so really what we're talking about is how we tell that different story. So you've heard lots of different policy ways to create career technical education, to put kids on paths, but the challenge, or the thing that keeps coming up, the trip line, is that we're not telling the right story about these career paths, the value of them. And I think that's what we want to talk about a little bit more in depth. So I'm going to focus on that, but I'm going to come back to that, start with the headline, and then go through the details. So as I mentioned, I don't know that most people realize that STEM drives Georgia's economy beyond sort of the traditional STEM industries. You think of the universities and government research and the labs and the military, but there's a whole variety of STEM jobs that are available in the state. And the trick is really to explain that those exist, but also to make them valuable. And I think that there is a really good opportunity. I know our colleagues in the business community have already been tasked a few times already today, but there is a really good opportunity for us all to partner together to tell this story and to diversify and build Georgia's workforce. So just a little bit about us. So as I mentioned, Science is Us is part of AAAS, but we have a broader mission than just our particular scientific society. We actually unite leaders across the country in science, engineering, industry, academia, labor, and government behind the idea that STEM is really fundamental to our success, our economic success, to jobs, but also innovation and the sorts of things that keep driving our economy and our quality of life forward. In addition to AAAS, Science is Us is directed by a steering committee, which includes a number of other scientific societies. So we've got physics, biology, chemistry, social science, engineering, geosciences, and others who are focused on innovation and competitiveness. So as I mentioned, we did this research just over 2 years ago now, and we're in the process of updating it now, because we really wanted to understand what the impact of STEM was across the economy. Lots of people think about it in terms of, you know, your phone or your car or other sorts of technologies, but really, what does that mean specifically in terms of economic growth and in jobs? And so, as I mentioned, across the country, STEM drives the economy, but that is particularly true in Georgia. It's 62% of all of Georgia's jobs are supported by STEM. That is both direct and indirect. And so an example of the difference between that is if I'm a chemist working in a laboratory and there's an HR professional that is also employed in the laboratory managing all the chemists, that would be a job that is supported by STEM, right? That job wouldn't exist in human resources if the laboratory wasn't there. So that's 62% of the jobs supported by STEM. It's well over $28 billion in state and local tax revenues in the state that are generated directly through STEM activity. And that's 1.9 million direct STEM jobs. And the way we define STEM jobs, and this is what becomes important, and I think the thing to talk about here, is we define a STEM job as somebody whose job tasks are in science, technology, engineering, math, and medicine. If about 80% of your actual job tasks are doing that, we consider you to be a STEM professional. And the interesting thing about that is that that doesn't limit people in terms of their level of education. There are all sorts of folks that spend more than 80% of their job tasks doing STEM things. every day. And so in Georgia, that's 58%. So again, that's just about 6 out of 10. The national number on this is 59%. So Georgia's pretty much right in line with the national number in terms of the percentage of STEM jobs in the state. And this is direct STEM employment in the state where people are working now and they have less than a bachelor's degree. So they may be in the military, or they might have come out of the military. They may have been trained through a labor organization. They might have CTE. They might have an associate's degree or other career and technical education behind them, but they do not have that bachelor's degree. And so you get a more interesting mix of folks when you start talking about like who is actually doing the STEM work, you know, everyone from an architect to a mortician. But when you start to break that down, you get into things that, of course, that makes sense, right? When you think about each one of these professions individually, of course, they all make sense as the people who are actually doing STEM tasks in their day-to-day job. And so, you know, back to that question of the storyline, what becomes important, because STEM jobs are still one of those things that are cool and fun. And I know there's great need in the state for software developers, for folks who work in logistics, for, you know, healthcare workers in particular. Nurses is on this slide. But we need to begin to explain to folks that if you're interested in science, if you're interested in engineering or math or medicine, that puts you on a STEM path. All STEM paths that are available to you are equally valid and important. You could go all the way through a 4-year bachelor's degree and into a master's and a PhD and become a rocket scientist. And that's really cool. And it's a very important path. And we don't want to shake anyone off of that path. But if you're building that rocket, for example, gosh, you're going to need a lot of electricians, and you're going to need a lot of metal specialists and folks who work in logistics and all sorts of other things that don't have those PhD credentials, or that rocket never gets off the ground. And somehow when we talk about STEM careers, we focus more on the rocket scientist and less on the electrician. And that's a big part of how we need to change how we talk about this. This also begins to change the face of who a STEM professional is. Because if you look at some of the professions that are on this screen, and of course, this isn't exclusive, right? There are hundreds of job codes that fit into this. But when you start to look at some of these professions, you start to see something that looks a lot more like the American population. You see more equal numbers of men and women. You see people of all races, all ethnicities. You see folks who are first generation Americans, folks who are immigrants, people who have been in this country forever. But you begin to raise up their voices and tell them that their work is valuable and that they're part of something valuable, and that it's cool to be like me because I'm a nurse. I noted the superintendent who mentioned that he thought he wanted to be a doctor because his mom was going to be a nurse. Maybe he should have considered being a nurse. Maybe that is part of the path going forward, right? So this is a big part of the story that we need to tell, is to tell the story of the people who are doing this work today. Each of these paths is valuable, they're valid, they're essential, and these are the sorts of jobs that we want people to have. And I know that a few folks have mentioned the stigma around parents. That's another really important place where we have to tell this story. We have to let people see that you can have a valuable STEM career or a valuable career in a non-STEM field, I guess. That's okay, but that these are all useful and valuable things. And then we can tell you the story of how you get to be on this path. And it's also not a path that ends, right? To take nurses, for example, you can start as a certified nurse assistant. You can then possibly become an LPN, a licensed practical nurse, that I believe in most states is an associate's degree. You can become a registered nurse, which requires a bachelor's degree. You can go on to master's and even PhDs in nursing. So it's a pathway also that doesn't necessarily end, but it's kind of a choose your own adventure. What fits for you? What is the right path for you? And knowing that none of those pathways are less valuable than another. And that's really, I'm going to say that over and over again, because that's really the thing that's missing. It's the communications challenge there. There are tons of job openings across the state right now. There's massive shortages in agriculture and logistics and IT and software development and healthcare. We've talked about some of these already here today. And there's a tremendous opportunity in all of these different fields, regardless of your level of education attainment. So in some of the conversation earlier, folks mentioned, we sort of give you the gold star, and we have like the signing ceremony when you accept your college letter. And again, we don't want anyone to be discouraged from taking those pathways. What we want to do is raise everyone up. So we could have signing ceremonies if you join the military, or if you go to a community college, or, whatever it is that is your path. Maybe it's just moving directly into a career after high school, but that is something that is viewed as equally valuable, right? In the graduation program, it's lauded in the same way that the folks who are going to those four-year universities are. And there's tons of opportunity there that we can also explain to folks. There's, obviously great salaries. There's less debt potentially to accumulate, the opportunity to move through on a career path further. And also this helps us create sort of that innovation opportunity feedback loop within the state. So if we know that the vast majority of Georgia's economy is driven by STEM today, we want to keep filling that machine, because that's the future. And so training kids, showing adults, showing folks coming out of the military spouses, that these are pathways that they can enter at any point in time in life too, right? Also reducing that stigma, that you can come back, that you can continue, that just because you started at one level doesn't mean you can't go back to another. But again, it all really comes down to the story that we tell and the way that we tell it. So the thing that I will emphasize with you all is that more than anything, this is a communications challenge, and we have to change that conversation. We have to raise up the STEM professionals who are working in Georgia today. We have to show how awesome and amazing and valuable they are. We need to tell their story about how they've achieved such really cool and great things, and explain the level of education that they have to get there. There's fascinating stories. I mentioned the rocket science thing, but there are really fascinating stories in these types of cool technologies where people are doing the most advanced work, and they don't have bachelor's degrees, and they can tell you all of these details about all of these really cool things. We need to let that light shine, and really make that point over and over again. And I do think that that's something that, public officials can say, private officials, educators, but it's sort of going to take all of us talking about this together to surround both the kids and the parents with this notion that STEM jobs are really great, really valuable. I think we've gotten to that level. Most folks think that STEM jobs are great, but they're not necessarily who you think they are, and that you have tremendous opportunities along the way. And so with that, I'll end and take any questions that you all may have.
Any questions online? Any of the members, or any questions online? Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here this afternoon. Well, this morning, still morning. And thank you especially for having morticians listed on your. I'm sure someone wanted to tell you why. I'm excited to see morticians on the list up there. But you mentioned the data used for the economic analysis is a bit dated. Do you know when that information will be updated?
Yeah, so we did the analysis based on information from the Department of Labor. There's about a 1-year lag in their data. They just released the 2021 data about a week and a half ago. So we've just started doing the new analysis. So I expect hoping by February-ish, but early in 2023, we'll have the analysis. But after we did our first analysis on this back in 2020, we presented our results to a number of different scientific colleagues, and the National Science Foundation has adopted our more inclusive definition of who a STEM professional is. So they have similar data that, again, there is a little bit of a lag on, but is now being incorporated in the government data, which shows very similar sort of trend in I think they were 55 or 56% of STEM professionals without a bachelor's degree for 2020, I think was the year.
Are you aware of any grant opportunities that organizations can apply for to enhance their STEM programs?
I think that there's no shortage actually of grant opportunities, so I could give you a more specific list. There's some within the state and some without.
Okay, very good. And lastly, the signing ceremony for military, I heard you mention that.
Yeah.
I believe Chairman Choke has introduced a bill, I think it was this year. Just need to follow up to see that it make it to the governor's desk, but I do recall Chairman Choke is introducing such a bill for that same purpose. So, which is a great idea, and I did support that legislation.
Yeah,
And-
the notion of celebrating everybody's pathway coming out of school is such a small thing, but it just emphasizing again that all of those pathways are valid and important.
They are. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
Thing, any further questions? Anything online? No, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. We'll move on in our to our next speaker. Juan Carlos Cerda. There you are. Deputy Campaign Director with the American Business Immigration Coalition. Morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Martin and members of the subcommittee for allowing me to testify this morning on behalf of the business community. My name is Juan Carlos Cerda, and I am the Deputy Campaign Director for the American Business Immigration Coalition, or ABIC. ABIC is a bipartisan coalition of more than 1,200 CEOs across 17 states with the mission of promoting common sense workforce solutions that create jobs, grow the economy, and keep American families together. We are led nationally by business leaders like Al Cardenas, the former chairman of the Florida Republican Party, Andrew Tisch, the co-chairman of Lowe's Corporation, and Hugh McCall, the former CEO of Bank of America. Today, I would like to speak to you about the labor shortage and how Georgia Dreamers can help solve this crisis. Employers across Georgia are currently experiencing a severe labor shortages in industries like healthcare, manufacturing, energy, and cybersecurity. Georgia is also in a global contest to attract and retain talent. That is why we believe that allowing all Georgia high school graduates, including Dreamers, to pay in-state tuition makes plain economic sense. Our policies must allow Georgia to compete with the workers that we need to fuel our economy and to retain the talented students who already live in Georgia. Dreamers are Georgia kids. We have educated them in Georgia high schools since they were children, and now they have a lot to offer this great state. But because of their immigration status, they are barred from paying the same tuition rates as their peers. 36,000 Dreamers live and work in Georgia, and they have a spending power of over $1.3 billion, contributing over $100 million in local, state, and federal tax revenues. 94.5% of them are already employed. Let me give you an example of how we were able to unlock the potential of Dreamers in another state. This past November in Arizona, we passed a policy that ensures that any student, regardless of immigration status, who has lived in Arizona for at least 2 or more years and who has graduated from an Arizona high school will pay the same tuition rates as their peers to attend Arizona public state colleges and universities. As a result of this policy passing, the state of Arizona will earn over $4.3 million in state revenue from the over $23 million in additional wages that these students will be able to obtain as a result of earning a college degree. If Georgia were to pass a similar policy, Georgia Dreamers would earn a college degree that would increase their earnings by more than $36 million annually. And these students would generate an additional $8.5 million per year in federal income taxes and local taxes. Better yet, there are studies that show that in states that pass these policies, the taxpayers for these states do not pay a cent for allowing these students to pay in-state tuition. We think it's time that Georgia follows the example set by Arizona. States like Texas, Florida, and Oklahoma have also passed these policies. And in all of these cases, Republican leaders were the ones who enacted these policies. So allowing all Georgia high school graduates, including Dreamers, to pay in-state tuition is not only fair, it's good for Georgia's economy and good for small businesses. I myself am a DACA recipient. I came to the US when I was 7 years old, and I went to elementary school at Peachtree Elementary School here in Georgia. Thanks to the DACA program, I was able to legally work, drive, and serve my community as a kindergarten teacher. I now live in Texas with my wife, who is also a DACA recipient. And thanks to a policy known as the Texas Dream Act, she was able to pay in-state tuition like the rest of her peers and is now pursuing a career in counseling at the University of North Texas. I will now introduce you to a Georgia high school student who also hopes to pursue a career and has experienced the challenges of applying to college. It's my pleasure to introduce Nayeli Trujillo Rodriguez, a senior at Noonan High School.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. In order for you to understand my experience, I want to start from before I was born. My mother found out she was pregnant while living in the United States. Fearful of deportation, my parents made the decision to go back to Mexico and raise me there. However, at the age of 10 months, I was diagnosed with a cataract that could potentially leave me blind. Because of this, realistically, we had to move back to the United States in order for me to get the treatment and surgeries that I needed. I grew up in Noonan, Georgia. It's the only place I know as my home. My father is a handyman and my mother is a former restaurant worker. They taught me the importance of an education. Study, so you will not end up like me, are my parents' words that have become a philosophy etched into my heart. As such, I have always taken full advantage of my education at Noonan High School. I have a 4.0 GPA. I hold leadership positions in my school's various clubs. I've attended Georgia's Student Leadership Conference, and I've always been willing to help my community. But despite growing up in Georgia and doing all of these things, I'm still not eligible for in-state tuition because of my legal status. I found out that I have to pay 3 times the amount a regular student does to attend a public university. I would quite literally be living under a bridge if my parents could afford or could pay that. I also discovered that specific public universities in Georgia ban me from attending. I had never felt more alone than I did during the college application process. While other kids were talking about the sororities they would join at the University of Georgia, I was looking for a job because I didn't know what the future held in store for me. Thankfully, I found Freedom University, an underground school in Georgia that helps undocumented students, and they are preparing me to enroll in Emory University. I've learned to forge my own educational pathway, but in a perfect world, I would have been allowed to attend a public university in the state of Georgia. In a perfect world, I would have been allowed to pay for in-state tuition. In a perfect world, my dreams and aspirations would be at the hands of fair treatment. I'm a seed planted and watered in American soil, and I only know America as my home. It's not only me, but those who have graduated before me and those who will graduate after me. Access to in-state tuition could help you produce future doctors, lawyers, teachers, engineers, and so much more. Think about how we have already given to our community, and with a college education, how much more we could give back. One of my family members, he graduated from Newton High School as well in 2011. When he went to the University of West Georgia to ask how much he had to pay for tuition, it was $11,000 per year. It was 3 times more than what his other classmates were paying. He was a 4-year varsity soccer player, graduating with honors, and overly involved in his community. And he became the most overqualified restaurant worker. Now he's in prison. What would have happened had he been given the chance to pay for in-state tuition? Do you think he'd be in prison now? The current tuition policy for Dreamers and other undocumented students in Georgia limit our social and economic mobility by failing to let us access higher education. It becomes more costly to tend to state prisons and welfare systems than it is to let the few students follow their dreams, pursue an education and a career, and let them make a positive difference in this world. With or without an education, Georgia is my home and I will continue to live here, as will the other estimated 3,000 Dreamers that will graduate with me next year. We don't want your pity, we just want an education that is rightfully ours, and we want to be treated the same as other Georgia high school graduates. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Did you have anything further?
No, we'll take questions.
Okay, do we have questions? And I do want to say this, and I mentioned at the beginning, I don't want us to get specifically into the policies. I appreciate the young lady bringing forward the specific Dreamer, but I'd like to keep the questions around more of the human capital that is the Dreamer population or some others, rather than the specific policy. If we get a bill relative tuition per se, then we'll debate that bill at that time. But if you have questions around that regard, yes, ma'am. Representative.
This is very interesting to listen to. And one of the things that I was thinking, I think you're right in line, is that later as we get into our sessions, we may need to revisit this information that you've given to us. I'm sure that there are reasons why. I am probably the newest member of the committee, and I would like for us, Mr. Chairman, to sort of look into it as we get back into our regular schedule.
Yes, sir. Thank you for sharing this morning. You mentioned you would have had to pay tuition 3 times more. Then can you share with what you're basing that on?
I don't know if she has, if I can help the young lady out. I think it might not be quite 3 times,
Okay.
but it's at least twice. And
Yes.
depending on the university. So depending on what she's looking at and where, it might not be quite 3 times that, but it's at least 2x. It's substantially more than in-state tuition.
Yes,
So
it
if
does
that
depend
answers
on
the
the
question.
university, and my mentor, her name is Dr. Soltis, she's our guidance counselor at Freedom University. She's provided me with a lot of this information, and that's where I've gathered this information from.
Okay, thank you.
Are there further questions? Further questions? I do want to share this. I had talked to this because I was, I'm aware of the various capital that we've had. We've had discussions in the past, and I do think we have opportunities. And again, not taking away from what the Representative Jackson said about revisiting this specific pathway during session. But I do have had conversations, and I'd love to follow up with you, where employers have need for people. And I'd mentioned the additional tuition, and they were like, oh, if we could find somebody that would go into this area and then come to work for us, we would work with them. If they could pay the in-state tuition, we would pay the extra tuition. We just love to have the workers. So there are roads to there are avenues to get there for some areas, while additional conversation being had. And I'd love to follow up with you on that. Again, not to replace one over the other, but just to look at a generic overarching discussion about how we can provide better pathways for folks.
Thank you, Chairman.
I see no further questions, so we'll move along in the agenda. With that, we have Lisa Winston, the CEO of Winston Machine Company in Suwanee. Ms. Winston.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm here to talk, as you just heard, about our dreamers, but to talk to you from the business perspective. You just brought a very good point. So I've been a resident of Georgia for 34 years. I started my manufacturing company with my husband in Gwinnett County 25 years ago. So we're not only a small business, but we're a manufacturer. We design, we build, we create. You talk about STEM. I employ 40 STEM individuals in my company. So I also sit on the National Association of Manufacturers Board and represent nationally manufacturing as well. I am a member of the Technical State College Board, and I am also a member of the Gwinnett Chamber Board. So here today, I am here to represent Winston Machine as well as the Chamber and the business community. And what I'd like to talk to you about is what you've heard today. It's been resonated through every conversation that you've had. And that is the fact that we need workers. Georgia is doing an excellent job from an economic development standpoint. The Hyundai plant, all of these great companies that we're recruiting to the state of Georgia, and the expansions that we're seeing in companies. And these are great things. But the question is, where are the people coming from? So as a manufacturer, I am competing daily with my fellow manufacturers. We're just recruiting from one another, and it's just a pool of individuals. You mentioned the fact that companies can also help pay for these education, and we do. We offer employees educational opportunities, and I think you see that throughout the industry. I think that's definitely true. However, we need to get to the students before they get to us, and that is a real conversation that I encourage you to have. Is how are we going to get these students when they're in high school into the workforce? And dreamers are a big part of that. Dreamers are just like every other student in our high schools, and we need them in the workforce. So I think the conversation is, how do we make sure that they have equal opportunities to gain the educational opportunities that we need in the workforce, that we need to fill in these jobs and these plants that you guys are doing such a great job of coming and building. You know, a story at Winston Machine, I had 2 open positions and I had to recruit outside the state of Georgia. I brought 2 individuals from outside, one from Massachusetts and one from Kentucky. It took them a very long time to find housing. I had to put them up in corporate housing because the infrastructure is not there. There's like 400 applications for an apartment. So you can continue to keep bringing people into the state, but they have to have housing. So why don't we look within our state? Why don't we look at these kids like the dreamers and make sure that they have the opportunities to go to our technical colleges, to go and get, it's not only degrees, it's advancement certificates. There's so many different opportunities for them to come into the workforce, but they have to be given the same opportunities as every other high school student. So just to share with you, Deloitte and the Manufacturing Institute did a great study, and they found that the manufacturing skills gap in the United States is going to result in 2.1 million unfilled jobs by 2030, which is going to cost companies $1 trillion. I mean, we know we have a problem now. 2030 is right around the corner. What are you going to do as representatives of the state to make sure that business owners like myself and manufacturers around the state have the employees that they need to be able to fill the jobs and to be able to succeed and to be able to pay our taxes? Removing dreamers, I think that the story here is that when legislation, when the session opens, I hope that you guys will talk about this issue, talk about the fact that I'm sure the conversations are going to be around the skills gaps. You heard today from so many different people that our students are not ready. for the workforce in a lot of cases. And so we want to make sure that when you're having that conversation, you're having it for all students in Georgia, not just specific students, but all students, that the Dreamers are part of that conversation. Thank you so much for having me today. Oh, are there any questions?
Well, I was going to say, and I should have said this earlier. No one that speaks before the committee is required to take a question. We don't want to quell the enthusiasm to come to the microphone by fearful that you would have to take a question. But we'll also try to keep those
No.
friendly as well. So, are there questions for the lady? Questions? I don't see any questions. So thank you very much for that, and thank you for your business in Georgia and Gwinnett, and your work in all those the boards. To make Georgia successful.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you for having me.
We have gotten finished a bit early. I don't know if we'll get our speakers that are scheduled at noon if they arrive early. We had a lunch schedule from 11:30 to 12. We'll break now for that lunch, and we will start back at noon. We might start a minute or two early if everybody's here, just to make note to those that are watching online. It's possible we would go early if everybody, the speakers are here and the committee members can be. So if you're joining us online with the committee, let's try to get back just a few minutes, maybe 10 till 12. We're not going to start earlier than that if folks aren't ready, but we'll take roll and do that. So with that, we'll stand in recess until 11:50 with a hard start at noon today. With that, we'll stand in recess.
Hello?
our guys on there. For the folks that are with us online, we're about to get going here, so I'll let you give you a 1 minute warning, and we'll get started back. Well, good afternoon, everybody. We'll go ahead and call us back to order here. I know we have some folks online, and we have a couple of members that were with us in person that'll be back here shortly. First presenter this afternoon from Emory, the Vice Provost of Career and Professional Development, Dr. Brandon Grimmett. Am I pronouncing your name right, Doctor? All right, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Martin. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I'm here to talk about Emory University's contribution to the workforce here in Georgia through a new initiative called the Pathway Center. And the Pathway Center is bringing together existing resources at Emory University that have historically been disparate and hard to navigate for our students. And as a result of this reorganization, we do expect additional preparation of our students to think about careers here in Georgia and connect it to Georgia companies. And so today I will be sharing a few of those initiatives as a part of my presentation. The first is I want to update the subcommittee on our current workforce impact here in the state, not just in Atlanta, but throughout the state and region. I also want to talk about the Pathways Center mission, vision, and approach, and how we're working with students, alumni, faculty, and local businesses to create greater pipeline for the economic needs of the state, but also to support the initiatives of the industries that are found in Georgia. I would also like to share some programs that are promoting workforce development and specifically mention where we're located here within the state and answer questions about that. And then finally, just to field any broader questions that the subcommittee has about those plans. First and foremost, 32,000 alumni from Emory University are living and working in Georgia. This is a big number. It represents about a third of our alumni population. They're working in all industries, all fields, and this is an important snapshot and pipeline for not just the alumni working themselves, but also the students that are networking with those alumni and trying to find internships and jobs. 90% of our students currently participate in internships or research, and because of their student status, many of those students are doing those internships and those research projects here within the state, not just on campus, but our goal is to make sure that they get off campus into local businesses, organizations, and also government organizations and agencies. 45% of our graduates stay in Georgia immediately after graduating, and that's something that as a newcomer myself to the state and as a newcomer to Emory, I was pleased to see, because it means that there is an avenue for our students to stay post-graduation, despite our students coming from all over the world and all over the country. And finally, Emory University is the largest employer in Georgia, and so most universities have a healthy percentage of alumni that actually work for their institution, and we see our own alumni working here in Georgia, specifically within the university, not just at the university level, but also within Emory Healthcare as one of our strategic priorities. So what is the Pathways Center? The Pathways Center, again, is bringing together existing resources to help our students flourish, not only while they're in college, but beyond. And if you think about all the different components that help a college student today, they may have been coming from different parts of the country, exposed to different models of work. Some of our students are first generation and have parents that have worked more blue collar jobs and are looking to find out more ways that they can grow their own social mobility and impact within the state and region. So we work with every first-year student in career services to make sure that they understand the basics of how to prepare themselves for those careers. We also introduce them to undergraduate research, national scholarships and fellowships, things like the Fulbright, the Marshall, and the Rhodes scholarships, pre-health advising. Roughly 700 of our incoming 1,400 students every year declare themselves as pre-health. And again, due to the presence of Emory Healthcare here in the state, a lot of our students are actually shadowing with many of the professionals in the healthcare industry here. And then finally, experiential learning. I'll talk about some of the resources financially that Emory is putting behind making sure that our students are prepared and have those doors open to them. The vision beyond that reorganization within Emory is to also make sure that we make it easy for employers to work with us. So we realize that many of the recruiters, organizations, and companies that are interested in Emory talent don't really want to navigate a 40,000 person institution and talk to several different parts of that organization. So the Pathway Center provides a one Emory stop shop for employers in every industry, whether it's business, healthcare, retail, film and media, entertainment, no matter what it is, to work with our office. And so, for example, our business school, which is quite well known, utilizes the Pathway Center recruiting structure to make sure that we can support all recruiters, both on campus and also virtually, as was the case, of course, over the past couple of years. And just to mention that we are not just interested in full-time employment, but also internships. And so we support students that are doing internships over the summer and provide academic credit so that many of the employers that require that credit will allow our students to intern with those companies. Inclusion is a big part of what we do as well at Emory, and what that means for us, and you'll hear my colleague talk about this a little bit later, we want to make sure that every student that comes to Emory sees a pathway for themselves from an employability standpoint. So in some ways, we're making sure that in the first year of a student's experience, they get a lot of the basics that they need to know in order to prepare themselves for careers here in the state, but also are fluent in networking, because our students come to us in some ways understanding school and education. They've had 12 years of that, roughly speaking, but increasingly the generation in college today has not had as much workforce experience. And so we're connecting them with our employer network and also our alumni network. Now, we also want our students, as they go into the workforce, to be able to navigate that expertly and to make sure that they can have the most social mobility impact possible for their own experience. I'm now going to delve into a few of the funding programs and areas that we're supporting within each of the 5 offices that compose the Pathway Center. So first and foremost, the Career Center is doing the hard work of connecting our students to employers throughout the region. This is fairly traditional. You'll see interviews happening on campus, off campus, virtually. We're also taking students to different companies here locally through the Pathway Center programming. So busing students here within the region, not just Atlanta, but throughout the state. Experiential learning, we have different funding models that allow students that are not from Georgia to stay over the summer and intern in the state, because many of our students that have made it to Emory would find it otherwise difficult and challenging to stay here, especially if they're not taking courses over the summer. But this funding is an incentive for them to continue investigating employment opportunities here in their backyard. A couple other things just to mention: undergraduate research. We also attract hundreds of students from across the country to come to Georgia for what we call the Summer Undergraduate Research Experience Program. So this is a way not just to introduce them to Emory, but to introduce them to faculty and also folks that oversee research here within the state. So I want to talk about some of the new initiatives that are coming with the birth of the Pathway Center. The Pathway Center launched August 1st, which was also my arrival date at Emory. And some of the things that I have already mentioned in passing include funding. So one of the things to know about what we're up to is that we believe that some of the students would say no to these experiential opportunities if it weren't for some funding to support them both staying in the state, but also accessing those kinds of employment opportunities. So for instance, we have students that might find it challenging to be able to afford even gas money to travel back and forth to an employer. We will provide funding for students to actually do internships during the school year and more robustly over the summer, so they can actually afford to say yes to opportunities that they've gathered. We have global opportunities as well, and many of those global and national opportunities have relationships with companies outside Georgia that have offices here in the state, and that's very common within companies based in New York and Los Angeles, both within finance and also entertainment. We have also launched a sophomore summit, bringing our students out to Newton and Morgan counties, going beyond Atlanta. This is open to all of our second-year students, and so at Emory, that would be about 1,400 students or so. This is a chance for them to meet local employers and also to hear from our alumni that have stayed in the state and have gone to graduate school or gone straight to employment, so that they see a pathway available to them. And faculty speak about their own journey and their own ability to make that transition from student to professional. But we believed it was really important to not just have this be based in Atlanta, but based in Georgia, more broadly speaking. So we work with our Oxford campus out in Oxford, Georgia, and we take the students to Camp Twin Lakes in Rutledge, Georgia for that experience. We're also focused on Atlanta Career Days, and I'll just populate this so you can see the different industries we're focused on. But we have significant amount of alumni, as I mentioned before, living and working in the state. And we want to introduce our students as early as their first year to these different industries. And so we'll be working with our, our employer relations professionals, our corporate and foundational relations professionals in our advancement division to identify about 100 individuals per sector to have live in-person networking events with our students so that students can really get the lay of the land around this employer landscape by these different industry clusters. Students also sometimes misunderstand the diversity of industries that exist within a company. So for large companies like Kroger or Home Depot, our students may understand those to be more retail or more grocery, but they also need to know that there are designers, there are analytics people, there are folks that work on the finance side within those companies. And so through these networking events, we find our students learning a lot more about the diversity of industries here in the state. And then finally, something that is quite unique to Emory, our faculty teach amazing things within the classroom and within the curriculum, but they don't always have the time or even the foresight to leave campus and go into the industries, into the places where their alumni are working and using those skills. One of the things that we'll be doing moving forward is not just bringing students to employers here locally within Georgia, but bringing our faculty, because our faculty are teaching the skill sets that those employers need, but are sometimes not able to contextualize the way those skills are used in the workplace in all the industries that we focus on. This will provide a feedback loop back into the classroom so that our faculty, especially those that may be focused on the liberal arts or social sciences or humanities, can better translate the skills needed within the workforce because they've heard specifically what those recruiters are looking for within the student recruits that they're aiming to meet. So here I'm giving you an example of what a typical Emory student might experience as a part of the Pathway Center. Again, all first-year students are introduced to career development models as a requirement of their degree. They're mandated to take this course, and they learn about the 101s of networking, career development, interviewing, how to leverage all the tools and resources that I'm mentioning here today. Secondly, some of our students are still flirting with careers in research or in industry, and we want to make sure that they understand that both are present and visible and robust here within Georgia. So giving them that funded opportunity in their sophomore year, perhaps going to the summit out in the beyond Atlanta is also important. We talked about those career days, exposing them to different employers, both locally and within the state. We also want to make sure that students that are considering careers in academia or in research have experience presenting their findings and can start to think about graduate education, maybe here within the state as well. So we will fund conference presentation, travel, and expenses. And then finally, to participate in on-campus recruiting, what I can tell you post-pandemic is that recruiting has bounced back robustly. There has been a significant uptick in employers wanting to recruit at Emory, not just virtually, but actually moving to in-person. And I was just at Coca-Cola earlier this week, and there's a lot of efforts to connect with the local colleges and universities. And so there's days where we will actually be traveling and taking hundreds of students to some of these employers, as opposed to having them just come to our campus. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to members to ask any questions or provide feedback. I'm happy to provide answers or insight to what I just shared.
Do we have any questions online?
One thing, I'm sorry.
The 22, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed part of the presentation. But you said something, your last statement was that you're taking the students to the industries.
Yes.
So that they can tour to find out, to see if they can connect in any way, if that is what they really want to be. Yeah, I've never thought about that. But I think that's a very good gesture to carry the students and not bring the people to them so they can have an on-hand experience.
Thank you for those remarks, Representative. I think one of the reasons we're doing that is because the recruiters have a lot of interest in recruiting, not just at our institution, but at many. And in some ways, we can have a more custom experience when we go to those employers. And the other piece is that it's one thing for one single recruiter to come to a campus like Emory, where we've got 15,000 students to recruit. They only are seeing the company through the eyes of that recruiter. And from a visibility standpoint, asking questions about culture and belonging. When we go to the workplace of our alumni and of recruiters, they get a much more comprehensive view, tour the space, meet with senior leadership, hear about entry points into the workforce there, and can start to actually imagine themselves there. A lot of students have outdated images of what it means to work and what it looks like to work at some of these companies. It's more casual in some ways than they might believe. And so part of the other goal, to speak to my inclusion efforts, is to also make sure that students understand they don't have to become someone different than who they are in order to get jobs at these places. They just have to be prepared and skilled in the areas that those industries are recruiting in.
I like that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, the follow up on that point, and I've been, been away from the job market, or certainly the first time job market for a little while. But as I recall, both the employers that I was serious to go to work or came to campus, but I guess we found some interest in one another, if you will. But I went to their location. One particularly flew me to Texas to look at one of the potential places that I might, be employed. Have we gotten away from that in the electronic world? I mean, I guess I'm just asking. It seems we've gotten away from that. People kid me about making everything too much of a football analogy, but it seems that schools that are out there recruiting, they come on campus to see a lot of different players, but when they decide they want that player to come, they invite them to their university, right? Because we want you to not only do we want you to see us and like us, but we want to know if you're going to really like it here, because you could get there and after a semester decide you wanted to go someplace different. So has that changed a bit in the recruiting world because of electronics? I mean, is there a lot of just matching people, via Zoom online, more so than this guy's been out of the business for a while?
Thank you for the question, Chairman Martin. I would say it's still a mix, but it's increasingly more traditional in the way that you described. And so what I'm hearing in Georgia today is that the entry point for meeting our students can sometimes happen on campus through recruiting events, and sometimes through these visits to their own campuses. But in large part, the first vetting process is online, is on Zoom. The interview happens remotely initially, just to do that first screen. But as soon as the employer knows that they want to interview the candidate more fully, they do typically invite them to their location for on-site. Here at Emory, we have a large enough population that some of our recruiters want to do that on campus, because then they can interview 100 business majors at one time just within our campus. So it's kind of a mix of both.
No, fair enough. Further. I see no questions, right? No further questions at this point.
All right. Thank you for your time.
You bet. Thank you. Mr. Leach. Mr. Leach is the Associate Vice Provost of Enrollment and University Financial Aid at Emory. Did I get all of that correct?
Thank you, Chairman Martin. Let me get this PowerPoint up. Great. Well, I appreciate the time this afternoon to talk with you about financial aid at Emory. Probably the most exciting thing you can talk about after lunch on a rainy, cloudy day is financial aid. So I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I look forward to having a fun conversation for the next few minutes. So while financial aid, of course, is a universal experience in American higher ed, I will talk specifically about financial aid at Emory. However, a lot of what goes into our lives at Emory is true for many institutions in the state of Georgia, as well as institutions across the country. So very simply, why we have it and how it works. So very quickly, I'm going to give you, I was talking with colleagues earlier. In the first part of my life, I was a high school history teacher. So I'm going to give you a pop quiz. And because of the nature of the presentation and of the reality of Zoom meetings, you're going to have to take this quiz in your head. There won't be a show of hands. You'll just have to answer it on your own. So first question for you is, make up your mind, make this note mentally. College costs, are they increasing or decreasing? So don't answer. Okay, you got it. Just hold on to the answer in your head. We're going to get there. Student borrowing across the country, is it increasing or decreasing? Again, 2 more slides and you will see the answer. I'm going to jump into need-based financial aid to help answer some of these questions. I'm going to talk a little bit about merit-based scholarships, and I would love to hear your questions afterwards. So again, we'll get to your pop quiz responses, but why does need-based aid? I'm going to talk specifically first about need-based aid. Why does need-based financial aid exist? And in a nutshell, it is to provide the types of students, the kind of experience that places like Emory can provide them so that they can take advantage of programs like the Emory Pathway Center that Dr. Grimmett was just describing. So essentially, it is to make higher ed accessible to students who would otherwise have no other options. So that's more of the altruistic approach. But there's a very selfish approach at Emory and at schools like Emory to have need-based financial aid. And it is so that we can recruit and enroll the very best students. Obviously, family income is not the determiner of whether a student is going to be a successful Emory student. So we want to be able to build our class on their own excellence, not on their family income. We strive to be as equitable in the distribution of financial aid as we possibly can. So horizontal equity, that is families in similar situations receive similar need-based aid from Emory, and vertical equity in the sense that as a family's financial resources increase, so their need-based aid decreases, right? So there's a lot of kind of common sense around this, but the bottom line really is that we are dedicated, we are devoted to helping to control costs for families where those students want to come and are a good fit for Emory. So you've got your pop quiz, got your answers. Here we go. And this is a little bit light. Can y'all see this okay? Okay, so here's the answer. Are private nonprofit four-year institutions getting more expensive? If you said, yeah, of course they are. Sticker price, you'd be right. So in terms of what is published, the cost of these institutions has absolutely gone up over the past 20 years. But if you look at the bottom line there, so if you look at net tuition and fees, that line, when adjusted for 21-22 dollars, going back to the 06-07 year, that there's actually been a slight decline in the cost of education for net tuition fees. If you look at net tuition fees, room and board, so the total cost, all in, I'm not just a student in the classroom, I also have to live on campus, I have to eat on campus. It is flat, well, with a very, very slight increase. So we're going to talk a little bit about why that is the case. And to the extent that you may have been surprised that this is actually a fairly flat picture for schools like Emory. Is student borrowing increasing? We have been on a very consistent 11-year slide in student borrowing. So since the 10-11 years, so really, if you look at this this chart and you see the fairly rapid increase, the rapid increase, in particular with the Great Recession, over the past 11 years, the decrease has been not as steep, but equally predictable. And it is it's across the industry. So you can see just about every form of loans, with the exception of federal and sub loans, just about every form of loans has decreased during that period. Again, the question that when I see this type of information, the question that I ask myself is why? What's going on? What is happening in higher ed? What is happening particularly in four-year private institutions? Well, and so finally, here's one final slide. So our net tuition costs flat. Is this a relatively flat reality? So when I say net tuitions, that's the total cost.
In progress.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry about that.
Not a problem.
I wanted to get you up here so I could see your slides. I can't.
No,
see how far over
absolutely.
there.
I understand. So is this a flat reality in terms of the average institutional grant? The answer is no. You can see that the average grant for these institutions across the board has more than doubled over that same period of time. So this is the answer, and I will unpack it for Emory as well. So the forces that are driving the cost, the net cost of institutions like Emory down over the past 15, 16, almost 20 years is very much the result of institutions putting, particularly private nonprofit four-year institutions, putting much more need-based and merit-based grant on the table for families. So it is a obviously, it's a complex question. It's a complex answer. And I'm very gratified that I'm being recorded so well. So let's jump into the reality. So how do we do this, right? How does this play out at Emory University? So I've taken a snapshot. Emory has 4 undergraduate schools. Emory College is far and away the largest, and it is the one with the broadest reputation. So I've isolated Emory College. Emory College puts on the table almost $157 million in grant and scholarship alone. So excluding loan, which is getting rarer and rarer at Emory, excluding loan, excluding federal work study, of that $157 million, almost $141 million of that is institutional grant and scholarship. So our reality of providing an affordable experience for our families is the driver of our institutional dollars going in here. We are very grateful for our federal support. Primarily, this is coming through the Pell Grant and Supplemental Educational Opportunity Grant. External scholarships, our students show up with a lot of their own external scholarships. So Kiwanis Club, Boys and Girls Club, they will come to campus because they are excellent students and they will bring that money with them. And of course, the state of Georgia through Hope and Zell scholarships, Zell Miller scholarships, is about 3% of that picture. And it is a very important 3%. However, to be clear, Emory has built our affordability around our grant, our institutional grant and scholarship funding. How does it work? And my apologies for providing a refresher course. Some of you have sent your own kids through college, and this may be a little bit of an unpleasant memory. So basically, the way that we build financial aid, the way that we build this affordability, we take that cost of attendance, and I've got some slides to unpack that for you. We take that cost of attendance, we subtract from that the expected family contribution for our families. So in other words, the family is their ability to pay is assessed through their financial aid application. The FAFSA is the primary one. We have an additional financial aid application because we put so much of our institutional funding on the table. We have an institutional formula as well. So that cost of attendance minus what that family can afford is results in the student's financial need. And so in our world, we describe that that need as really what the family is able to pay, not necessarily what they are willing. But in our case, and for many schools like us, that ability is measured in a very fair and, as I mentioned, equitable way. So cost of education, cost of attendance, it's built on tuition fees, room and board, books and supplies, transportation, miscellaneous personal expenses. That's how we come to that full cost. The family contribution, there's a parent contribution from income and assets. There's a student contribution from income and assets. And again, this helps us identify what that family is able to pay. And we do it really basically on the information we get from the FAFSA, but through the students and families' income tax returns. So to recap, we're going to shift gears into how that money, how that Emory funding gets spent. We have the cost of attendance. We subtract from that the expected family contribution. And what is left over is this yellow box. And really, my closing comments are going to be on how Emory and how institutions fill that yellow box. So if you think of that as having some volume. So if Emory is $78,000 a year and a family has a $10,000 expected family contribution, that bucket of need, that box, that yellow box of need is what we will pour our grant and scholarship into. Okay, and we will fill it up. Emory is an institution that meets full demonstrated needs. So any dollar of need that a student has, Emory will fulfill that with grant, scholarship, and work study. We have eliminated loans from our financial aid packages, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. So financial need is met through grant and scholarship. There's self-help that schools use through federal work study, student loans. And the way that we're going to unpack this, so this is the culmination of what I've described before. So is higher ed, our private four-year institutions, getting more expensive? A family that looks exclusively at the sticker price. So Emory's up there at $78,000 a year. I created an imaginary private university. We'll say that place is $57,000, and a public university, which this tracks pretty well with public schools in the state of Georgia. So at first glance, Emory is entirely out of reach for most families in the state of Georgia and across the country. So the family completes their financial aid application, and and let's say that we have a family that is, we have a nurse and a plumber, right? And together they make about $140,000, $150,000 a year. Their expected family contribution would come out to around $25,000, $27,000, something like that, okay? Their financial need would be $51,000 at Emory. Emory does not deliver a ton of merit aid. We are predominantly a need-based aid university. So they would get a need-based grant of $48,500, zero student loan. Emory has eliminated loans from our financial aid packaging, and work study of $2,500. So total aid at Emory at $51,000 would match their total need. This is referred to in the industry, this is referred to as meeting full demonstrated need. They have zero unmet need. And so the cost to that family would be about $27,000. Private university go through the same process. They have $30,000 of financial need. They end up getting $15,000 in merit, $1,500 in a need-based grant, a loan, work study, $22,000 in aid, but there's $8,000 that is unaccounted for that private university. And as a result, their costs are $35,000 plus loan plus interest. Private university, this is a family that can afford $27,000. Private university costs $19,000. If they get Hope and Zell, it will be less than that. And so that is a family that at most would be paying $19,000 at a public university. So Emory's competitiveness in this regard, in this example, Emory's competitiveness is really around experience. It's around the classroom. It is around things like the Pathways Center that provide students with an amazing professional experience, and gives them that pathway to success in later life. So That was a very quick run through how students finance higher ed. Any questions? Any thoughts to share?
Do we have questions? Questions? So I don't want to get into I don't want to get your
Please.
pro forma on your model, and I don't know if you can back up.
Yeah.
Up that section, but so where'd your merit-based grant come from? Where'd that money come from?
So for our merit-based aid, that is strictly Emory. So let me make sure that I got the right definition here.
I'm sorry. Now the screen's back. In your model there, your need grant.
So
where'd
need-based
that come
grant.
from?
This,
Versus-
and let's say for the sake of clarity, let's say that this is not a Georgia student, right? Because if they were from Georgia, 99% of our students at Emory who come from Georgia have Hope and Zell. Okay, so for the sake of this argument, this is a kid from, say, South Carolina or California. That need-based grant would come, about 12% of that would come from our own endowed sources. An additional, let me get my math right here. An additional 80% of that would come from Emory operational resources. And the remainder would potentially come from federal and external sources.
Okay.
So it would look very much, to be clear, it would look very much like this diagram, just the percentages would look very much like the diagram here.
So, but I mean, operational resource, what does that mean?
It's tuition revenue that we repurpose and use for grants and scholarships.
Okay.
Mhm.
Right. Ada, do we have any further questions?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Just looking at your chart, most of your students do not have to take out loans. You have enough, I guess, through an endowment and what have you to cover the costs
Mhm.
of the total student. So you really don't have any need-based, students coming in. And they're getting the grants, and all of that, but they do not have to borrow any money.
And that is a great question. And the answer is, as based on our calculation and the FAFSA calculation of their expected family contribution.
Okay.
That's their portion. Everything else Emory is bringing to the table to help support them. And it is predominantly, as you said, it's predominantly through grants and scholarships. So yes. Now, in this example, if that family needs to borrow for their own contribution, they need to borrow to meet that $27,000. They have that option. But that is a methodology that we are provided, that we use to assess the financial strength of that particular family.
That family.
Mhm.
So therefore, okay, that answers my question. If they need it and they don't have it,
Correct.
then it comes back to the borrowing.
That's a great definition of need-based aid.
Yeah.
And that is, if they need it for the portion that we can cover, we've got it covered. If they need it for their responsibility, for their expected family contribution, how they fund that, how they finance that
It's up to
27,
them.
right, is up to them.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. I used to work in financial aid. That's why I've said, oh God, this looks
Right.
great. Thank you.
Excuse me, we don't have any further questions, John. If you have anything more for us? Thank you very much. Thank you for very much for bringing that.
Absolutely.
The next up, we have the president of Georgia Southern University is Dr. Moreno here. We're a little bit ahead of the game here. We're 20 minutes before when I know the good doctor was driving in from out of town. I'm going to take just a 5-minute recess here and step out in the hall and see if he has arrived and might be down the hall. So if we'll just we'll recess here for about 5 minutes and then we'll be back looking for Dr. Moreno. All right, we're gonna pretend that was 5 minutes and Colonel, you're welcome to stay and join us. Yeah, yes, sir. Duly noted. Duly noted. Well, we are thank you, doctor, for joining us. And you have the floor. And doctor, is it am I pronouncing that with a long E or a leaky? Lecky. Okay, that's I didn't know if we were long E or short E on that thing. So we welcome you guys, and you have the floor. We appreciate you getting up here. I know it wasn't an easy trip with the weather outside. So welcome aboard.
To talk a little bit about what we're doing, particularly in Southeast Georgia and our regional education collaborative. I want to start a little bit of background about what it is, what we're trying to do, and a little bit of why is a university president here talking to you about collaboratives, particularly in a P through 20 model that really incorporates the whole of our public education system, both technical college and, of course, the traditional university system of Georgia higher ed community, and how do we all come together? And it really began in a discussion as I had my first presidency at University of West Georgia back in 2013. Was a pipeline and a typical conversation that I'd have with faculty about, we need to have smarter students coming to us, more prepared students that are ready to do college work and pass freshman English composition and college algebra. And so, we were thinking we were pretty special as we were diving into juniors and seniors and even freshmen. And the idea of, well, what if we really help with career trajectories in middle school and really helped people make better choices along that way to know how they need to prepare and be ready. And then as I dug deeper and deeper into the literature and understanding, it really was an imperative that it took the entirety of our education system and the entirety of a community to really develop that pipeline of talent and to work together. And so in West Georgia, we established the Carroll County Education Collaborative back in 2015 and really put together a framework. And so when I was able to come to Southeast Georgia, I wanted to bring that same framework, but allow it to be what the needs specifically for Savannah-Chatham County and then also Bullitt County. And then we'll be extending this in the future years to the other 3 counties within our service region. But our 2 education collaboratives in Bullitt County and Savannah-Chatham were established in November of 2019. I started there April 1st of 2019 and had a few other things to work on. And then we began with those relationships in earnest. Really the concept of a community partnership, as I talked about, committed to assuming shared responsibility of regional education efforts and workforce development. All partners value the importance of working collaboratively in order to close the post-secondary attainment gap, as I said, and really the overarching concept was we would be successful if every single one of our community members, our citizens, were either enrolled, post-secondary ready to pass that freshman English composition course at college algebra, and they were enlisted, in other words, as an active choice, a choice that they knew was a career trajectory, whether they came back with a GI Bill later or a career, or employed. Gainfully employed, 2, 3 welding certificates, making $60,000, $70,000 a year, HVAC, whatever it might be, whatever was a career path that they had chose purposely, but to do it purposely, not by mistake, but for us to intervene and be part of that community dialogue, employed, enrolled, or enlisted. You're going to hear that as really our mantra of success. So we established who should be at the table then, the partnerships within Savannah County, or Chatham County and Savannah area, and then Bullitt County. These are the actual, each of these organizations, and here they are listed. For Bullitt County, obviously for the higher education, post-secondary, it was Georgia Southern University, East Georgia State College, Ogeechee Technical College. And then really the development authority we brought in because we wanted to be connected specifically with what was happening with industry, whether it's manufacturing, whether it was technology type industries, whatever it might be. What are those needs? What's that pipeline of talent that needed to be developed? And then, of course, the Bullitt County Public School System and the Chamber of Commerce all together working collectively. In Savannah-Chatham, Same organizational structure. We brought together Georgia Southern University having a presence in Savannah, and of course, the Savannah State University with an incredible history there of developing talent, Savannah Technical College, Savannah Chatham Public School System, Savannah Economic Development Authority, and Savannah Area Chamber of Commerce. And for us, these partners represented then the key stakeholders that could move together. We set up monthly meetings, and we really began in earnestly at the beginning with a goal and mindset of, before we create anything, any new initiatives, that's not our job necessarily, particularly in Savannah, Chatham area. You can throw a stick at every nonprofit. There are so many incredible, wonderful organizations that are doing things to help the community and particularly the children throughout that community. So we took an inventory. So this slide really shows the entirety of the inventory as we began to put it together. Everything from child care resources of Southeast Georgia, Georgia Family Connections, Boys and Girls Club of Bullitt County, etc. And you see that everything from the YMCA to all the efforts that intersected. Again, not to recreate the wheel, but then to empower and align and help them be successful with their goals through the work of the collaborative. Savannah Chatham area, obviously so much exciting things going on there. Gulfstream Student Leadership Program, Junior Achievement. I'll talk about the programs there that we ended up collaborating with. Lady Bamford Early Learning Center, Loop It Up Savannah, Marine and Logistics Internship Program, Parent University we'll talk about. You'll see this entire array of opportunity for us to partner and work together. So that an inventory was critically at the beginning because it showed the scope of work that was already there. And again, remember, in this assessment strategy, our goal was not to recreate the wheel, but to empower the wheel, the flywheel, so that it can move even more effectively if all stakeholders were involved in its success. So in that, we also started to establish what would be our guiding principles as an organization. In other words, our values, our through line. Talent and intellectual capacity exists throughout our school system and post-secondary institutions, but opportunity may not. Again, we know there's talent in our communities, and the capable students that live there that want to have that, but then that opportunity may not be there for them. So we needed to make sure and lift everybody up. Social mobility through access to post-secondary education, technical college or university is essential for economic and talent development for Savannah, Chatham County and Bullitt County. Again, it was working together, and I think it was very interesting as we began talking publicly at Rotaries, at Kiwanis, different areas in the community, and they heard a university president saying, yes, go to technical college. That's an incredible pathway with articulation agreements. You can start there. Go in the military. Yes, I want every student to come to Georgia Southern or Savannah State, absolutely. But I can tell you there are multiple pathways of success in this life, and particularly to elevate a community, we want to articulate those. So leaders from the community, what we knew, post-secondary education, K through 12, pre-K, business, health, and government working together, we knew would always increase opportunities. So as we began to establish the goals, those through goals, without that, those were our values, our guiding principles. Our goals are to increase access and opportunity for all students through a community network, assume shared responsibility and leveraging of existing resources to impact regional education efforts and talent development, and ensure all students graduate from high school. Again, you're going to hear it again, prepared to enter the workforce or enter the military or succeed in post-secondary education and beyond. You can say it with me, employed, enrolled, or enlisted. And you're going to hear that over and over and over again. Through this, it was important then, because I always believe if you don't measure what you're going to do, how do you know what you're going to do? And so what we wanted to do was utilize, in essence, the same framework that much of the public school systems do. And then they're already embedded Georgia milestone tests. So when you see our framework, it's developed in 4 focus areas of development within the entirety of a community. Early learning. When we think early learning, you can think literally at birth. And I'll talk about some of the programs that we're doing in the area hospitals with brain bags, book bags, to make sure that we're teaching parents to read to their children, because it's the first 18 months, those 30 million words that begin to develop the synapses, and to really be kindergarten ready. As we heard from our public school system, our superintendents, our incredible partners, they said, really, our biggest issue is kindergarten ready. If they're kindergarten ready, then we can project into what is that next stage of development, foundations, which is the Georgia milestones, particularly around reading competency in those 3rd grade reading tests, and then all the way up into the beginning of middle school for foundation, and then explorations as you go there, being algebra ready at the 8th grade milestones, and then your use science and career aptitude, your workforce ready, what you're going to do. Every high school student in the state of Georgia does one of these assessments in terms of what are the 3 careers that they have the greatest aptitude for. We don't do a whole lot after that to make sure they're actually doing anything towards that. And that's what we press into with interventions. And then finally, independence all the way through not only graduating high school, but the dual enrollment along that way that helps them be ready either for post-secondary or whatever their path may be along that way. And we track that. Those are our key performance indicators with ultimately, as I said, employed, enrolled, or enlisted. So what have been some of our successes here just 3 years into the program? The literacy councils that have been established and strengthened in both, everything from our book bus that goes around all of Bullitt County to then the brain bags that we have that we literally give at the hospital there at East Georgia Regional Medical. And then we train and the parents that are there at that time that they find that they should be reading. They're given the book and then they know where the book nooks are throughout Bullitt County to be able to go around and then replace those books and continue that reading. The early learning centers that I know Ann Levette, the superintendent of Savannah Chatham Public School Systems, is invested in. Our first partnership with that is the Eastside Purpose-Built Community that's happening there, and then another early learning center. And then we're actually looking at 2 more early learning centers, one in West Savannah and one in South Savannah, in an early learning lab school that'll be right across the street from the Armstrong campus of Georgia Southern University. Foundations, Lisa is going to talk about our summer tutoring program that we piloted with our own funds to show, particularly during COVID, impact gap learning, particularly in that 2nd grade to 3rd grade and pressing through that. We also got a Gear 2 grant here that she'll talk about and how that's funding that tutoring program, the great success. We worked with Parent University. We saw them as being a great advocate of helping us, helping parents to know what to do, to knowing that that learning happens, that fostering, particularly that mentorship happens, that carries the students through these more difficult times and to help and empower them. In explorations, dual enrollment, we grew well over 50% over the last 3 years because we came in and started to support Savannah Chatham Public School System and Bullitt County by delivering directly on their campuses. A Junior Achievement Discovery Center, a big success. It's a program in financial literacy entrepreneurship. And we were able to, at the Armstrong campus, provide them with 25,000 square feet for a Junior Achievement Discovery Center, the first of its kind in the United States that is on a university campus. And our students are the ones providing the education, being paid through a scholar program to do that. And so that feeds in again and builds that pipeline for us of learning. And then independence, our Savannah Logistics Technology Innovation Center that we opened last summer to great success with 12 startups there accelerating. 4 of those ended up locating in Savannah and got over $25 million in funding, venture capital funding during that time. 3 pilots came out of that, a huge success, and we'll start our 2nd cohort and we'll be adding advanced manufacturing. In Bullitt County, we're focusing on pathways to prosperity, and I put in the PowerPoint there for you, the website to take a look at. We're really pressing into those career areas, particularly heavily into manufacturing, which is clearly an area along I-16 that we're going to need in the future, as we'll talk about. Articulation agreements, we've added 8 articulation agreements with our partnerships with the Technical College, with East Georgia State College throughout. So this has brought a lot of accelerated collaboration, partnership, help, and advancement of the goals that we've stated before. I put some other collaborations because everyone now I have on a text stream, all the superintendents, they're all my friends. We all work together. And so any weather that's coming, we're constantly texting, talking what we're going to do, how do we coordinate it, if we have safety issues, et cetera, all the way to when COVID came through. That's how we work through every month. We get on Zoom and talk about how are we doing, how are we working through this, how quickly can we get everybody back in person. And that collaborative spirit that was already in part of what we were doing every month through impacting our students and community, then was there to help us through that crisis situation. So now I'm happy to hand it to Dr. Lisa Leckie, who is one of our great colleagues here in the College of Education, who has led our tutoring program. She's also going to talk about Parent University and our Parapro program. Lisa.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for giving us a few minutes of your time this afternoon. I have the joy and honor of sharing all of our successes through the collaborative. So Dr. Marrero listed a bunch of our initiatives, and I really want to spend about 7 minutes, I was only allotted, to share the great successes of the tutoring program, because it really does show the power of the collaboration and how we were able to make things happen through the collaborative. And without the collaborative, it just would not have happened. So in March of 2021, I got a phone call from one of my colleagues that supervises students in Bullock County. And she's like, we have students in Bullock County that need some tutoring support. They have a summer learning program. Can we get our students in there to tutor them? Because our College of Education students during COVID did not get to go into classrooms. So they were learning how to teach through video. Right? We know that is not the best way to prepare initial teachers. So they were really, really wanting more field experiences. Students in Bullock County were needing some intervention. I went to my dean, who went to Dr. Marrero, and he said, let's bring it to the collaborative. So we did. So instead of just tutoring students in Bullock County that summer, we tutored students in Savannah Chatham as well. Through the collaborative, so notice from March until April, that's 1 month, we were able to, across 5 different institutions, hire nearly 100 tutors. So think about the logistics of hiring, advertising for and hiring students at Savannah State, Savannah Tech, Georgia Southern, East Georgia, and Ogeechee Tech, who all have their different hiring systems, all getting together, getting them trained and ready to go. So, oops, sorry, I guess I skipped a slide there. So impact year 1, we hired and trained about, 78 tutors and tutored nearly 400 students. K-12, we were very ambitious. We thought we could give them some initial training. This is how you set up a tutoring session. They were really, really effective and productive and made huge impacts in the schools. And huge impacts for us in recruiting additional teachers. In case you haven't heard, we have a teacher shortage in this state. So one of our goals as a College of Education was to show these tutors from different colleges that teaching is a potential pathway for them. And that young lady you see in the pink shirt on the right is now one of our College of Education students who did not have education in her horizon at all. She was at Savannah Tech doing something completely different. We also have a young man who was a construction major at Ogeechee Tech who is now in their paraprofessional track because he is going to be an educator as well. So not only did we impact students and the K-12 students, we definitely are making inroads in recruiting and retaining more educators. Well, year 2, we got a little smarter because when we looked at the results from the K-12 students and student achievement, we realized we were trying to do too much for too many. So we harnessed and focused our efforts on K-2 literacy tutoring. So we trained all of our tutors in best literacy practices with young emergent readers and writers. We had them placed in K-2 schools or summer learning programs in Savannah, Chatham, and Bullock County, and they made an impact. The coaches that were working with them came to me regularly and said, your students are teaching our young learners how to read, right? The students themselves saw the power that they were making in the lives of these young children. And again, we have another handful of college students that are now on track to become educators. You will see those small numbers at the bottom. We are making an impact on their ability to design instruction, manage classroom, and engage students effectively. We're really excited about that. We have made sure that we have resources for the schools as well. So we got guided literacy books. We have additional funds to train the teachers and additional resources for them as well. So more focused literacy tutoring. And we are hopeful because you can see those numbers, 23 tutors and 18 tutors were not what we had budgeted for. We had a hard time hiring people, as most people were having a hard time filling positions. So we are hopeful that we'll be able to get a 3rd summer out of our year 2 funds just because of the limited numbers of tutors we were able to hire. So we're really looking forward to that. Before I bring Dr. Marrero back up to the podium again, I want to highlight 2 other things. You saw Parent University, which is an organization that has made an amazing impact in the city of Savannah for over 20 years now. We know they've made an impact. We don't know how to tell that Parent U story well. And so Georgia Southern has been working with Parent University to help them tell the story of the impact that they're having so they can continue to do the good work that they are doing. That work and Parent University's collaboration with Georgia Southern and with Savannah State, because we're all at the table together. We are not fighting each other for students. We are collaborating together to get the good work done in our communities. There's multiple pathways and there's multiple possibilities for everybody. And the collaborative nature of our work together is really making great things happen. And so our next step, speaking of career readiness and teacher shortage, is we are collaboratively working to develop some pathways for certification for paraprofessionals so that we are removing those barriers of attending class during the school day. We're giving them some credit for the time that they have spent in the classroom. We're making college accessible and attainable for them so that they can become those educators that we need in the field today. Thank you.
Before you escape, and we'll you know, as they say in, well, I hate to repeat anything they say in Washington, so I'll stick by that. So tell me a little bit about the program, or the time. You told me a little bit about the program, but we just talked about the parapros to certified teachers. What does that time look like? And you know, I guess, is that somebody with a bachelor's to do it and without?
Right. So last spring, we realized that we needed to be able to answer those questions. We really didn't know who the paraprofessionals were, how much college they had, what they wanted in terms of coursework. So I spent last spring meeting with paraprofessionals from around the region. I met with over 100 of them. Many of them brought me their transcripts so that I got a sense of what are we looking at here? Based on those meetings and those transcripts and multiple conversations, we've developed 3 different pathways. Pathway 1, really targeting those folks that have minimal college. They have a longer road ahead of them, so to speak. So we developed an online accelerated Bachelor of Interdisciplinary Studies to Master of Arts in Teaching Special Education. That's our fully online option from bachelor's to master's. What we did with that undergrad degree is we developed 2 concentrations, because that BIS degree has students pick 2 concentrations in a minor. We put together coursework to design concentrations that would help those paraprofessionals become better educators, right? You all know with the core, you can take a whole bunch of different courses, right? We want you focused. So we have a concentration that's focused on writing and literacy development, because we know as a skill set, that's what they needed some support in. And as educators, that's what they need to be teaching well. We have another concentration that is all about child and family. So it's like parent engagement, social work, counseling, that whole child perspective. And then their minor is instructional technology. What happens if they stay fully online? They start taking courses for their master's degree during their senior year, so it'll accelerate their time to degree completion. Now, if they're in our region, one of our partner areas, and they get their core finished and they decide they want to be hybrid, like they want some classroom experiences, they can off-ramp of that online program and join us in Pathway 2, which is really designed for those paraprofessionals that come to us with an Associates of Science or equivalent. So they're done with their core, essentially, and they're ready for College of Education courses. Historically, our education courses are only offered during the workday, right? We have field experience when schools are open and paraprofessionals are working. So we're revamping how those courses are offered and when those courses are offered, and designing some of those assignments. Even though course objectives will stay the same, they're adult learners that spend their days in schools. They are not 24-year-olds with only student experiences in schools, if that makes sense. So really leveraging the knowledge, skills, and abilities they bring in. And then our third pathway is our MAT pathway, which has been there for a long time. So assuming that you come to us in the College of Education with your associate's degree, if you choose to go full time, it'll take you 2 years or less than 2 years if you take some summer courses. Now, we're not encouraging our paraprofessionals to do that, because being a full-time student, working full-time, most of our paraprofessionals have families, they have lives. We want to set them up for success, because in the research and building these pathways, we found out that they're historically unsuccessful. Right? Because we're working with adults who have not been in school for a while. And my example that I use, if I haven't taken college algebra, I haven't taken college algebra in a long time. If I had to take it again, I would need some help. Right? And so we know we need some mechanisms of support for these adults who've been out of school for a minute. And so we've also instituted a tracking system. So even as they come to us before the College of Education, we can group them as cohorts. We can put them all in a college algebra class together. So they have the same professor that has the same due dates and the same assignment, so they can be a support for each other. So really working hard to make them successful throughout. So it's their success more so than expediency, because we have possibilities and programs once they hit their senior year in the College of Education before they become certified through our paid residency program, where they can become full-time teachers of record and just get a salary that's right around what they're making as a paraprofessional, but they get to be that teacher of record with a mentor teacher to support them to finish up that year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You-
Sorry, that was a long-winded answer to
that-
how long does it take?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did I understand you to say that those that want to go into education, they can take the first 2 years online?
Yep.
And then they have to transition to the classroom? Is it mandatory that they take them, or will there be course offerings that they have options of taking them online or taking them in the classroom?
Correct.
Yeah.
So we heard loud and clear, because I was under the impression that everybody would want a fully online program just for ease. That was incorrect. These folks
Okay.
want to be in classrooms, they want to work with each other, and they want to see the great teaching models.
Okay.
So if you want that fully online program, you can stay from freshman through your graduate degree and you have your Master of Arts in Teaching, right?
Okay.
Or they can off-ramp.
I know that is a lot. There are trends like that among your private institutions, you know, that have come up in the community. One of the other things that I don't know they're doing, I know in my day, and I was not in education, that there was a time when the students had to go and do what in the school system?
Their student teaching. Mhm.
Yeah. Is that a part of the program? Do they still have to do
Absolutely.
student teaching? So
Mhm.
they have to take off from their jobs in order to go into the school
No,
system?
absolutely. That's one of the barriers we have removed in collaboration with the HR directors in our school systems. And so there are lots of options that we can do depending on what that paraprofessional is doing.
Okay.
The school can apply for a waiver and make them a full-time teacher of record. That's an option that exists. What they can also do is paraprofessionals are typically in a classroom with a classroom teacher.
Mhm.
So what they do is they switch roles
Okay.
for the 20 days that paraprofessional is required by the PSC to do that full-time student teaching. So the principals, HR directors have been great and really flexible and just moving around the work assignments of paraprofessionals to meet the field experience demands.
I have one other question, Mr. Chairman. I noticed that please excuse this. I noticed that the program start K through. I think we've had this discussion before that we have got to reach those 3-year-olds, the earlier we can get to them, the better to start at a kindergarten program. Those kids that did not have preschool, pre-kindergarten, they're behind 2 years. And so have you addressed that issue as to how you would like to link that in some way to the other part of the program? And if so, what part of are the other institutions taking as a part of this? Because our kids are not learning from 3 years on.
Correct. So, and I can speak particularly for Savannah Chatham. We just finalized, hooray, an MOU with Savannah Tech. So folks that want to teach preschool and don't want to be certified, if that makes sense, because you don't need a teacher certification to teach preschool.
Right.
They can get that certification through Savannah Tech, but they can also then continue on to us, where we have a birth to kindergarten teacher certification. That they can continue that pathway. And Dr. Levette in Savannah Chatham is very dedicated to early learning. She hires those folks at a certified teacher salary, not at the paraprofessional salary, which is what the other track would get you. We are working really hard to get the word out. We're working with organizations like Parent University about the importance of early learning and doing our very best to prepare educators to work with those very young learners.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And Also with that, and one of our next steps that I'll highlight that isn't bulleted here, though, is this early learning center concept. In fact, we're working with Ann Levette. That's our goal with this property that we have just north of our campus. We call it the Triangle property, is to have a early learning center lab school to specifically look at this at 3 years old through 3rd grade, to establish a pilot through the same type of concepts, and it would become that south site that Savannah Chatham County Public School Systems would like to have. So that's exactly where we're focusing on. Excellent. Well, next steps, clearly, no news to everybody here about the growth that's going to be happening specifically in Southeast Georgia with a Hyundai Motor Group Meta plant, over 8,000 jobs, $5 billion of investment. If you look at the direct, indirect suppliers, you can add another 2,000 jobs, et cetera. The stratus of those jobs clearly are mostly skilled labor manufacturing, but they're all also the whole spectrum. In fact, we've had 2 career fairs already at Georgia Southern. They've hired 11 of our engineers, and they'll be hiring more coming through in these additional job fairs in the future. So we see a great spectrum there of opportunity. That's our job in education, and this collaborative's job to make sure our workforce pipeline, the entire spectrum, is ready to meet those needs. And for us, the exciting part is having 3 years of a collaborative, of a partnership. I'm in a group at Bullitt County, a community group that's already put together our focus areas, and obviously workforce talent development is one of those. And it will be for the entire Joint Development Authority, for Savannah Chatham, for the entire region. And guess who they're looking to? The collaborative, which is already established. We already have the principles in place in the pipeline and the programs, from pathways to prosperity to career readiness to everything we're doing. So that's the exciting part. We're ready to step up to the plate with that and be ready for what is coming. The second bullet here is really how I call closing the circle. It's one thing that we educate, but it's also important that we create small businesses, entrepreneurship, innovation. And with that is really our incubators and our accelerators. We have one in Statesboro that focuses around small business, one in Hinesville that we just broke ground just outside of Fort Stewart Army Base to help particularly those military coming out that want to start businesses. Metter focuses on agribusiness. And then the Savannah Logistics Technology Innovation Center, which you already had our first cohort, as I told you about, and that success. We'll have the second cohort starting, and that's a partnership with Savannah State, Savannah Tech, CETA, et cetera. We're going to expand that to advanced manufacturing in the next year. So exciting that we are not only educating, but then building the future industries and the full spectrum that will come to our region in Southeast Georgia. Workforce development, career ready marketing. Interesting enough, one of our biggest challenges is keeping our talent in Southeast Georgia. And for us, that means that pipeline of students coming out of Savannah County Public School System, Bullitt County School System, Bryan County, that they attend Savannah State, that they attend Savannah Technical College, they attend Georgia Southern, one of our campuses. And so we're going to be launching a campaign. You're going to see it on radio, TV, billboards, et cetera, that'll say, stay here. Here's your opportunities. Be educated here, advance your career, your educational opportunities that will set a path for career, and certainly the jobs are here in our region. And so for us, we're really proud of adding that as another spectrum of the collaborative work, and you'll be seeing that in the spring. Just one last thing that Lisa, you might be able to talk more. Lisa has all the knowledge. I'm just the 20,000-foot viewer here to help her along this way. But we also piloted a really successful program to pipeline teachers. And that's in your last year when you're doing your student teaching, Edna, and where that you are actually a paid intern in the public school system. And that's a fairly new partnership that we've established in Savannah Chatham Public School System and Bullitt County. So literally they are being paid working in essence in the school system and establishing that relationship. And we all know when that is established, their tendency is to stay. And that's what we want them to do. So Mr. Chairman, committee, thank you for your time. And with that, happy to answer any further questions you might have.
I see no further questions. Do we have anything online? Thank you very much. And thank you for coming up. I know it was a rough drive.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anytime. Thank you so much.
The next presenter we have this afternoon is the Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Early Care and Learning, Commissioner Jacobs.
Well, good afternoon. Let's see if I can find myself here. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you a little bit about how we are using the state's child care subsidy program to support a very specific population of students, and those are college students that are also parents. And when I was preparing for this presentation, I don't speak to the higher ed committee obviously very often. And I think it's appropriate, Brittany, maybe you planned this. I would speak right behind Georgia Southern's president. They're doing a lot around early learning, and it's great to talk to you about some of the barriers that college students who are also parents face, because these are usually non-traditional students that have different barriers and different challenges to completing that higher education. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. You're probably wondering why in the world that I'm speaking to you about college students that are parents, since we are the Birth to Five Early Learning Agency. You know, it's best for Georgia Pre-K and quality rated and our subsidy program, and also licensing childcare throughout the state. But this fits in as one of our 5 strategic goals, actually. We just developed a new strategic plan, and one of our 5 goals is to expand 2-generation approaches to better support children and families. If you're not familiar with the 2-gen approach, it's about serving the whole family together. So how do you do service delivery, program alignment, and policy by serving the parent and the child together for family well-being and economic mobility? And post-secondary education is a big part of the 2-gen approach, especially when you're talking about college students that are parents that are also raising young children. We know that the parent's ability to earn a post-secondary degree also impacts the well-being of their children. Here are just some quick facts. A college degree, we know, doubles a parent's income. A mother's level of education actually impacts a child's academic success. If a family increases their income by $3,000 during their early childhood years, it can yield a 17% increase in that child's adult earnings. And we know that research demonstrates a 13% return on investment for high quality early education. So by using this 2-gen approach, we're supporting the adult in the family by helping them address a barrier, which is access to childcare, and also supporting the young child by making sure they have access to high quality early learning, which we know prepares them for kindergarten and future success. So we do all this through our Child Care and Parent Services Program, which is the state's child care subsidy program, which provides financial assistance to low-income working families with childcare. Childcare is very expensive across the nation. It's very expensive in Georgia. And it can be a hardship, especially for these working families to pay for childcare. But they need this childcare so that they can go to work or go to school or do a combination of both. This is just a quick snapshot of the average price of childcare in Georgia. And this is an average again. So you're going to see higher rates here in Metro Atlanta and usually lower rates in the south part of the state. But on average, for an infant, a family could pay over $9,000 a year for center-based care. There are eligibility requirements for CAPS. One is to be in a priority group, which I'll talk about in just a minute. You also have to meet an income eligibility, and you have to be in an approved activity. So the reason that we use priority groups for determining eligibility for CAPS is because CAPS is not an entitlement program like a Medicaid. We have a finite amount of money. We have a budget that we have to make sure we spend under the amount that we are budgeted. And so we use 13 priority groups to make sure we're serving the families that need a CAPS scholarship or financial assistance for childcare the most. I won't read these to you, but just to give you some perspective on who we're targeting: children in defects custody, children with disabilities, children and families that may be experiencing homelessness or domestic violence. And then just recently, we added a student parent priority group. There's also income and activity requirements. A family must earn less than the state median income, which is 50% of the state median income. And for example, a family of 4 must earn less than $44,966 to meet eligibility for our CAPS program. So these are low income working families. We also require that they be in some type of activity for at least 24 hours per week. This can be work, this can be college, and this could be a combination of the two. But we also know that access to childcare is a barrier for college students that are parents and a barrier to their completion of their degree or their credential. We also know that out-of-pocket cost of attending a public college can be 2 to 5 times higher for student parents than their other low-income peers without children. And a student parent would need to work 52 hours per week to cover childcare and tuition costs at a 4-year public college or university in the United States. This chart just shows you a little bit about what college students look like across the nation. College students who are also parents represent 1 in 5 college students. So 22% of college students across the nation are also parents. They're more likely to attend a community college or technical college system in our case. They're more likely to be students of color than white. They are older than non-parents, so they're not your traditional student. They're very more non-traditional students. They're likely to have children who are young, so they are preschool age or younger. They have nearly twice the student loan debt than other students, but they also have higher GPAs. So it seems to me, based on this research, that they are very motivated to finish that credential to make things better for their family. This is some very specific student parent information we have here in Georgia. There was a 2019 survey of student parents at Georgia Northwestern Technical College, and they identified barriers that keep them from completing their program of study. And the most common words in their responses were time, money, and childcare, which is one of the many reasons with all this research that we created a CAPS student priority group. So in May 1st of 2022, we added student parents as a priority group because this will support them in paying for childcare, accessing high quality childcare while they do attend school and complete their degree or credential. Just since May, we have received about 7,500 applications specifically for this student priority group, which is 17% of all applications in our CAPS program, which from my viewpoint shows a high demand for this priority group for student parents. When we look at our overall CAPS population, about 9% of our CAPS parents are enrolled in some type of education or training program. You'll see here that most of them are enrolled in, or about 30% are enrolled in associate's degree program, 23% are enrolled in a bachelor's degree program. So we are excited to have implemented this priority group and see a huge need for it already. But we're not going to stop with just adding that the college student priority group. We do plan to have a CAPS student parent 2-gen pilot at 3 technical college systems of Georgia so that we can have staff on site to work with these student parents so they have easier access to our CAPS, our subsidy program. We can now help them locate and pay for high quality childcare in hopes of delivering this service to them more quickly and more hands-on. We also hope to use a family-centered coaching model and use a new resource and referral portal that we're using here called Find Help Georgia, where our pilot staff can help these student parents identify other needs that they might have, and of course, access our Georgia Gateway system, which is how they apply for our CAPS subsidy program. So this is I consider an innovative way of a policy change that we made at DeKalb based on years of work with TCSG, many grants we've received from the National Government Association, from the Ascend Institute and Aspen, that really shows us the benefits of supporting the whole family together. And in this case, supporting those student parents who are low income, who have young children. So they're able to help pay for childcare. They're able to complete that degree or credential, and their children are receiving that high quality early learning, which then prepares them for kindergarten and future success. Happy to take any questions.
Yeah, so I'm sure there's going to be some. I'll start and give people. I had a couple of I had a couple of thoughts, and we might as well, because we haven't yet today in this subcommittee, but we might as well get in somebody else's sandbox. And you bring up the average annual price of daycare in Georgia, and this goes way outside the box, but it kind of goes to the point of, if you're having to pay for daycare while you're going to school to get trained to go, I mean, if you're incurring expenses to do continuing ed for your accounting degree, you can write them off your taxes. But if you're doing this stuff, I mean, there's terrible tax treatment to monies that are spent on child care in general and in specific when you're going back to, improve your income to pay more taxes, but that kind of gets far afield from where we're at today. Okay, so I'm back to one of your slides, the one that said the out of pocket for attending college is 2 to 5 times higher for students, student parents than other low income. How do you,
So this is national research. This is not specific to Georgia, but I will tell you
I know,
what
but
they're referring is the
there's-
childcare costs. They're referring to the additional
Okay.
because they've got to find childcare while they're in.
Okay, so
school.
when it's the overall cost, it's
Yes, sir.
not like somebody's charging them a surplus.
No, they're
Okay,
not charged for
That-
it.
fair enough. I just was trying to,
It's
I
the
mean,
tangential expenses.
I
that they-
thought that might be the,
Yes.
and therefore going to that, do you know what rate of pay they considered when they said you had to work 52 hours a week?
I think it's minimum wage.
Yeah, well, which is,
I don't know. Is it
yeah,
seven?
it's just different.
I don't
It's
know.
just different from place to place. So,
And this is
okay,
national
fair.
research again,
The
yeah.
point is that they're under a lot of pressure. They got to work a lot just to pay the
Yes,
childcare.
exactly.
Okay, fair
That is
fair
true.
enough.
Yes.
Again, those weren't, I'm not trying to harass you with those questions, but just as we finish this. So I wonder, and we've lost part of our audience here from the university system in TCSG. So, but I can find them. They do come before our committee occasionally. So the question wanted to be, I wonder if we track student parents by institution. I mean, that may be one of the questions we can't really ask.
We don't do that well in Georgia.
Yeah. Well, I don't, can we though? I mean, it's
I will
a
tell
little bit
you-
like a job application. They can't ask you if you have children or
To
not.
my knowledge, TCSG does track it on the FAFSA application. So
Okay.
they do have that information.
But
But I
it-
do
it-
not believe USG tracks it. I do think we could get better data to see what the need is in our state by better tracking, but
So-
I'm no expert on that.
So,
either.
so I'll ask both USG I've got UGA on here. You can tell I got Georgia on the mind right now. But USG, I'll ask them and I'll ask TCSG because the question within is, okay, so we have it on the FAFSA application, but can we use it for other things? I mean, is it a privacy issue? Because the question would just become of, if you had a number, a critical mass of parents, student parents, then you might have a better solution because I mean, it's a lot, I'm making it a lot simpler than it is, but if you had that, then you probably have somebody over at that school that's trying to learn about early childhood education and couldn't they do their student teaching?
Absolutely. I
that sort
think
of thing.
there's a lot of opportunity.
Yeah.
for collaboration.
So those are some of my questions. I mean, it's a great thing to bring and I guess we'll try to call you, back as we try to develop a way around this because there's a limited resource for all this. But one of the things that we wanted to try to do, and I'll look for you to help us put some, synergies together or try to get some critical mass is we have a limited amount of, resources, treasure, if you will, state tax dollars, grants comes from wherever it comes from, right? It's money. It's real money. But is there a way to better manage and deploy that along with these folks that are wanting to learn and improve? I mean, we tend to score things around here. We don't score them dynamically. We talk about how much it's going to cost if we do this. We don't look about, but if we do this here, then it costs less over here. I think it would be really interesting if we put a model together and scored, a longitudinal flow of, okay, so if you don't help this individual that has, just say it's a single mom or single dad with 2 kids and they're working X and making Y and they're getting some state assistance because of that, or else we could give them a little more state assistance for the childcare so they could, Y becomes Y times 2, then you don't pay this down the road. I'd love to see a model put together for that. Number one, for policymakers, because we have to come here and then we have to go over to appropriations and we have to go to the second floor and get everybody involved. So you put a model together, but then it also goes back to if we can put that together, you take that and show people, because there are people out there on a treadmill, if you will, that are rowing real hard or working 2 jobs or talking about, all I can make is minimum wage here, not realizing that
minimum wage is not supposed to be the end. It's supposed to be a beginning. We're not going to debate the minimum wage here in the committee today. But if we could put that model together and a longitudinal look at what that would look like, a little bit in conjunction or like what Chancellor Purdue has done with Georgia Degrees Pays, right? Because so there's one section of it. So all you have to build is the cost model of it. So I would love to see you do that and kind of work with us on that, to the extent, yeah, I know you're not doing anything else over there.
No,
So.
we don't have anything else going on.
I'm just
We're
joking
just
when I
one
say that.
detail, but no, I agree with you on that. And I will tell you the reason that we implemented this student priority group and the pilots that we're going to be doing at the beginning of 2023 is to collect that type of data.
Right.
So that when we can come back to you as policymakers and say this worked or this didn't,
Right.
and this is where the state could make a very valuable investment. I spent 13 years at the budget office and set the governor's budget office. So I kind of know that world. And so I would never ask for money if I don't know something's going to work. So I'm
No,
going to
and
try
I-
it with my
yeah,
own money first.
No,
Then
I
let's
get
go
that.
with
And
others. Try
obviously,
it.
look, there's going to be, if you fund this many people, there's going to be a couple of people it doesn't work for. They're going to get part way. There just always is, but it's a law of large numbers when you kick it in to see what it does. All right. Do we have any other further questions? No, we don't have any questions. So, well, thank you very much. For where we're at. We're a bit early here, and our next presentation is virtual. It's not on yet. Yeah, and he is not on yet. So we're gonna take a break here till 2:00. Sorry, we've got a little bit of a break, but we have to we've got a virtual wait until 2:00. So we'll stand in recess till 2:00.
All right, now I need to go to the Zoom room, right?
Well, good job, Chairman.
And Coach. Good afternoon, everybody. We will call us back to order here. I think we have our next presenter online with us. Larry Williams is the president and CEO of the Technology Association of Georgia. Mr. Williams, are you there?
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
There you go. All right, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you,
There are
sir.
a few people here in person in the Capitol Office Building, and we have some Zoom participants as well. So you have the floor.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Larry Williams, and I'm the president and CEO of the Technology Association of Georgia, which includes our education charity, the TAG Education Collaborative. TAG's mission is to drive innovation among Georgia's technology community, inspire our tech leaders, and foster inclusivity through 4 foundational pillars. We like to connect the community, promote this state as a great place for technology and to build great companies, to influence and to educate. And that means fostering conditions to support new ideas, creativity, and investment. TAG is comprised of 30,000 tech and tech-enabled members representing all technology sectors. As you know, Georgia has quickly become home to a robust and diverse technology sector that serves as a vital component of TAG's economic growth. Technology accounts for more than $53 billion in direct economic impact. Our state continues to be one of the nation's top technology markets with over 280,000 private sector technology employees, over 16,000 technology business establishments that call Georgia home. The technology sector requires a talented workforce. Many of the jobs being created across Georgia require technology skills and a workforce ready to meet those business needs immediately, and there's a temporary lack of individuals ready to take on these important projects and roles. We are regularly reminded that employers can't fill open jobs in rapidly growing fields like information security and software programming. In 2021 alone, there were 36,000 job posting and only an estimated 14,000 people graduating from various institutions. TAG is committed to partnering with the state to build a workforce for the future. TAG's charity education arm, the TAG Education Collaborative, or TAG Ed as we call it, supports STEM education efforts and builds equitable pathways for technology careers while partnering with others to fill the skills gap in a more accelerated way. A skilled workforce can be enhanced through policies that advance the career pipeline in K and all the way up through postgraduate university or even 2-year degrees. This includes policies that support and develop a workforce through higher education and certification programs that adapt to industry needs swiftly. Just last week, TAG hosted a workforce retreat with nonprofits, educators, and industry leaders across the public and private sector. And Mr. Chairman, I'm glad that you could attend as well. We had great discussions, and out of that brainstorming, one of the things that came out is that we have to think creatively on how we meet the tech talent needs of today and tomorrow. And we have several ideas. 1, we support the allocation of state funds for computer science curriculum throughout Georgia and underserved communities. While I know that's not the exact purview of this committee, we believe that computer science and program, at minimum, critical thinking should be required courses in the K through 12, because that would allow for the university system of Georgia and the technical college system of Georgia to build on a student's coding and programming core competencies and deliver the needs that we have today. We have to start early. The other area is apprenticeships. It's an area that's coming back in the United States, and we certainly want Georgia to be at the lead. And there's 4 major areas I would invite you to consider. 1 is to codify existing definitions that support apprenticeships through the university system of Georgia. Other is the investment to expand registered apprenticeships into new sectors and new occupations, especially those related in technology fields. Technology fields are very predisposed to supporting an apprenticeship model. Also streamlining some of the regulations to make it simpler for businesses to participate in registered apprenticeships and technical support for businesses that wish to participate in registered apprenticeships. The third one is to create a real mentorship program, and that's really helping us connect with the education and the people who are providing the great educational services, that we can create a series of mentorships so people understand what the career paths are by sharing their experiences and getting our young people excited about these wonderful jobs in technology. We know that everybody wants to be a great athlete, a star athlete, or be on stage as a great rock star. But we also know there are great careers around that and beyond that they can take advantage of and they can really get excited of. So, Mr. Chairman, that is my testimony, and thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Larry. Do we have any questions on the folks online? Yeah, did you have a question? All right, Larry, let me ask you this. And when by the way, thanks for coming up. It was great to be part of the meeting last Thursday and Friday. One of the things I mentioned in the group I was in was the prospect of companies getting out and doing their recruiting, and we heard that earlier this morning. I can't remember one of our speakers. I think it was one of the two folks from the Georgia School Counselors Association about getting folks from business. Particularly I would think it would be particularly helpful in the technology world to share with students in a traditional classroom, as early as middle school, what it means, what it's like to be part of. One of the folks on the way out, I think it was a gentleman from Apple, talked about they had sort of an e-certificate they had online that you could learn to code an app, application for the iPhone through a class online. Did you guys as follow-up to that, or is the Educational Foundation as follow-up to that talked about how we might be able to partner with our various school systems? I guess we also heard today 181 school systems around the state to get folks out and to help multiply the work of our school counselors.
Yeah, I think there's a couple areas that we can look at, Mr. Chairman. One is we do have a talent acquisition open house model that we're doing, where we actually go into some of our companies and bring people in so that they understand, what does it look like to work here, and connect the dots, and then actually hear from professionals, young as, more mature, more senior people, about what these career paths look like. And that is really, helped us be able to connect the dots and get people excited, as I mentioned before. The other area that you mentioned and that we are talking about is how can we create more virtual career counselor type programs. One of the challenges that we see with young folks is just being able to connect the dots between, fintech, what's that? I don't understand what that is. But once we can connect the dots and show them, give them some experience through internships, mentorships, and maybe later apprenticeships, they really understand what it is. And, a chance to follow the money and be right in the middle of it ends up being very exciting to them. So yes, I think those are great areas. I'll just mention talent acquisition, get people on and in the corporation so they can see how it works, and then also the mentorships and the virtual counselors. We'd be delighted to partner.
No, we're good. I want to follow up with that. I'll take that on to follow up as we try to develop go forwards out of this committee. But it just seems like, sort of by definition, that you're in the tech field, it's easy. I won't say easy, more convenient to communicate that, even if you don't have people going into a middle school. I mean, you could have something, you could develop a club within a middle school. If I'm up there, if I'm Edge Solutions, I think it's one of the companies around Alpharetta I think maybe more hardware oriented than soft. I can't remember exactly, how they are, but Microsoft's on the side of the building, up there. If I'm those folks, I'm looking at doing, some type of thing that happens every, once a week or maybe once a month on Wednesday morning from 8 to 9 o'clock that we're doing this thing. And if you get to school early, it's before the school start in Fulton County or Forsyth County. And if you're there early, you come in and you pop in and they sort of lead the technology club at the schools and they can do it. You have a few people doing it and it filters out. You get a sponsor at the local high school. And, so it's not, what is the word that everybody's using? I have a hard time with it's made up. It's,
Scalable.
Collaboration. I think it is competition and
Collaboration.
Collaboration. Maybe it's the high tech companies that in collaboration, do it. So it's not just, a labeled, it's not just an Apple, it's not just a Facebook, it's not a Google, but it's collaboration to deliver technology and ways to do it in a program. A bit like a Rotary Club meets every Friday. This would be a technology club that meets once a month on things at a school, and it's just really easy to pipe out. So I mean, maybe we could work with you guys to pioneer that if it's something that the folks in your organization think that would be good to let people know what's going on. And I don't know, just bouncing ideas. I know you guys have a lot of very energetic people in tag and technology is a big industry around Georgia. So we appreciate you guys being here.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we'd be delighted to explore those ideas and how we could really, set up an implementation to help get that idea off the ground.
You bet. Thank you very much. We'll
Thank you.
move on there. We'll move on then, and we're ahead of the game, but I think we've got everybody ready to do this. Ben, are you going to kick off this along with Bo Scott from Regal Nissan in Roswell?
I'm on the Savannah Chatham County.
You have to adapt and overcome.
Which?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't mind kicking us off if that's all right.
No,
with
please
you.
go right ahead. Yeah.
Good afternoon,
Calm.
everyone. I'm Ben Jordan from the Georgia Automobile Dealers Association. I'm joined today by my colleague from GADA, Miss Emily Patouk, who serves as our Director of Government and Public Relations. Also joined by a special guest, Mr. Bo Scott, Dealer Principal from Regal Nissan here in the Metro Atlanta area. It's a pleasure to be with you. The purpose of our quick presentation today is to discuss a workforce development challenge that is unique perhaps to car dealerships here in Georgia and throughout the country, and that pertains to automotive technicians. And I'll provide a brief overview of the subject, and then we're going to play a quick video that we have made in conjunction with TCSG. And then I'll kick it over to Mr. Scott to provide some firsthand experience and insight into the issue as it relates to running a car dealership here in Georgia. But very quick background, GADA is the trade association for the state's franchise new car and truck dealers. We have just under 500 members, and collectively our members employ about 35,000 Georgians. The average salary for an employee at a franchise dealership is now over $80,000, and that's something we're very proud of because those jobs are strong middle-class jobs that can help support families throughout the state. What kind of job opportunities would be available at a new car dealership? Well, The central business of a dealership is to sell and service vehicles. So of course you have the front end side of it. That's the sales side, both in person and more online now, what we call digital retailing. There's also a lot of advertising that goes into the selling of vehicles. The middle column is basically the operations side. They're there to support both the sales and the service side. And then on the right column is what we call fixed ops, or the back end, and that's the parts department and the service department. So the issue we'll talk about today really relates to one very important part of the service department, and that's the automotive technicians. So very briefly, what is an automotive technician? Well, these days it's much more than a mechanic. An automotive technician is someone who is highly trained and certified to diagnose what's going on with the vehicle, to make the repairs, but also to utilize special tools, and to continue training and retraining that's provided both by the dealership and by the manufacturer. What exactly is the nature of our workforce development challenge with automotive technicians? Well, simply put, there's more demand for automobile repair services than there is a supply of technicians to perform these jobs. This photo here was taken last week by Miss Emily as we were driving north on I-75, and it's a billboard advertising that the Jim Ellis Auto Group is hiring service technicians right now. I heard earlier that the Jim Ellis Auto Group was mentioned, and of course, we're very proud of them as members. They've lost two great members of their family recently, Mr. Jim Ellis and Mr. Jimmy Ellis. So that on a personal note, can't pass by without saying a positive remark about them, but they're certainly not unique in the need to hire more automotive technicians. Digging into the issue a little more, why is there an imbalance between supply and demand? Well, focusing first on the demand, why are vehicles in need of more and more service these days? Well, a couple factors. One, vehicles are becoming more complex from a electronic sophistication standpoint, from the technology that's on board. These vehicles are becoming more and more complex, and with the advent of more and more electric vehicles, we anticipate that the onboard technology will only become more and more sophisticated. In addition, people are keeping their vehicles longer. Vehicles are probably being made better than they were generations ago. They're being made to last longer, and they are in fact lasting longer. In addition to that, the prices of vehicles are increasing, particularly as a result of the pandemic and the supply chain constraints that have resulted from the pandemic. So as a result, people are keeping their vehicles longer, and those vehicles, the more and more they are driven, the more and more they'll need repair services. On the supply side, unfortunately, the pipeline of talent coming into the industry is simply not keeping up with the increasing demand. And why is that? Well, just like any industry, we have natural attrition in automotive technicians. That's just folks leaving our industry. But we also have a generation of very highly skilled, very highly trained, efficient, and proficient automotive technicians that are reaching retirement age. You'll see a quote there about the baby boomer generation. A lot of those folks are nearing the age of retirement, and unfortunately, the supply of incoming automotive technicians is not just not increasing with the demand, but actually decreasing. So we've had to ask ourselves through the years, why aren't more people, particularly young folks, considering this line of work? What's going on? Well, these are, we offer these few bullet points as possible explanations. This is what we've gleaned through years of talking to dealers, both in Georgia and throughout the country. By no means is this definitive conclusions, but just to name a few, societal trends, perhaps an emphasis on folks going to college, and perhaps an underemphasis on the opportunities that are available in the trades and as part of the skilled workforce. Also, a simple lack of awareness that these automotive technician jobs really are good jobs, and that they provide great career opportunities for folks that enter the field. And of course, there's probably a misperception out there that these jobs are dirty jobs or greasy jobs, and that's really not the case as much anymore. The vehicles are packed with highly sophisticated electronics and software and hardware. And, you know, we're going to start needing more and more people with technical skills and highly sophisticated electronic skills to handle the repairs that are necessary for these vehicles. Why should people consider careers in this field? Well, first and foremost, the compensation is very competitive. After a few years, and once you've developed some experience, technicians can make over $100,000 a year. Entry salaries, maybe not quite that high, but still very competitive. In addition, technicians have opportunities to grow as their career progresses, not unlike a doctor. They'll continue to be trained and retrained on certain types of equipment and vehicles. They can develop specialties. So you can have automotive technicians that specialize in things like transmissions or engines or hybrid technology or electric vehicle technology. Those opportunities will only continue to present themselves for folks in this field. So simply put, technicians are in high demand. So what is to be done about this issue? Well, we're here, you know, first and foremost to just discuss this issue, and we appreciate the opportunity to be here. As we mentioned at some of our regional meetings recently, including in Savannah yesterday, Representative Jackson, I'm not certain there is an easy legislative fix for this. I think it's going to require a couple different things. And first and foremost, I think as dealers and as the association, we need to get the word out that these are good jobs and that they are accessible to folks throughout the state, and that there are resources throughout the state that young folks can take advantage of. I know this committee is well aware of the technical college system of Georgia and how great that has been and how much good that's doing for our state. Well, recently GADA established a scholarship with the TCSG Foundation and made a contribution of $100,000 to provide a scholarship for students in the automotive technology programs at any TCSG institution. And I mention that because we want the General Assembly to know that we as dealers and that we as the association are in fact committed to working through this issue. And hopefully that establishment of the scholarship shows that we are putting skin in the game. There's another aspect that I wanted to, another part of my presentation that I wanted to show, which I think also speaks to our commitment, hopefully. And this is a video that we established with TCSG to almost like a marketing video, if you will. Hopefully that can be shared throughout local communities. And if it's all right, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to try and play this video. Nope. Okay, now I got to go back. Click right on.
Sorry.
Maybe, Mr. Chairman, if you want, we can hold off on the video for now. We'd love to show it to you if we can get it to work. There is, or there's.
There you go. There you go.
The industry right now, to me, is at a point that it's kind of frightening how few technicians there are getting into the business.
The opportunities available to our students are immense, almost to the point where they get so many job offers when they get out of school that it's almost like noise.
2 years ago, I was handling about 20 calls a year asking for employees. Today, I'm handling 25 a month.
I chose to pursue a career in automotive technology because ever since I took a class in 10th grade in my high school, I just fell in love with it. And this was the best avenue I felt to learn and develop my skills. I also currently work a full-time job, so I'm seeing the direct correlation of how these skills I'm learning in this class is directly benefiting me in the real world.
When my students graduate from the program, I believe that they take with them a complete automotive education. And that's not just about dealing with cars. That's also about being a productive member of the automotive industry. And I believe that will propel their career, not just a job.
Everybody originally learned to be a technician or a mechanic, quote unquote, in the driveway with dad at home. That doesn't work anymore.
The industry has changed so much. I don't even let my students use the word mechanic. We have so much technology now around us that we are technicians. If you want to excel and you want to understand the emerging technologies that are coming into our field, then a training system like we are using here is very important.
Before I started the program, I had some knowledge about cars, never into the depth that we are now. And the college prepared me for my career due to the instructor having a lot of in-field knowledge, having all the special equipment, special tools. So it really set us up to get into this career properly.
I think there are huge benefits in going to a technical college before you try to advance through a dealership. You learn the basic systems of the vehicle. You start to get some hands-on experience in doing the minor types of services and repairs and that sort of thing. And that's great. Absolutely. I think it's a very intelligent thing to do. Not to mention, anytime you can get a degree of any kind, to me, that's a big deal.
It just makes so much more sense to learn in the classroom and then come out here and apply what you've learned. Going to college gave me the fast track to be able to jump ahead of someone that would have just walked in off the street.
My boss is giving me a lot of feedback on the training I'm receiving here. He's actually really impressed because a lot of his employees that come in don't have all the necessary training to be able to perform the skills and jobs he needs right then and there. I can do all the jobs and skills right when I walked in there.
The 2 technicians that we've hired from Southern Crescent, one of them is in our diesel shop. He's been with us now for about 4 years. He's one of my best producing technicians that I have in my diesel shop. And he's doing a real good job for us.
A good technician that comes into this industry can write their own paycheck. I mean, there's job security. You'll never have to worry about losing your job as long as you can do it.
If you've been in it for several years, you can make anywhere from $50,000 to $120,000 a year.
I definitely tell a parent to encourage their kid to push them to come to a college. I drive actually an hour and 15 minutes here one way every single day, and it's well worth the drive coming here. The most things that parents are worried about is how much is it going to cost. From high school, I got the Hope Career Grant, and that pays for everything. It's free for me to come here.
If you're considering a career in automotive technology, the first step I would do is look up your local technical college and get in touch with them, see if they have an automotive program, and take a tour. And if you're younger, bring your parents with you and just see what we have to offer. Our catalogs are all online now. You can see every class you'll have to take, and you'll be able to figure out when you'll graduate and then talk to people you want to go work for. And we're pretty friendly people. We'll let you know what you're going to need to do to get to where we are. It is a very competitive field, but it's a very wide field as well, and there's room for everybody.
That program has been invaluable to getting me here. If I did not do that program, then it would have never opened up the opportunities that I have.
If you like working with your hands, if you just have a passion to work on cars, then I would highly recommend it. You can actually make real good money, and plus you'll be doing something that you really like. And I know when I come to work, it's not a job, it's just something I love to do. And, that means a lot.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide that video and for your patience with us and getting it started. As you can tell, we at GADA could use some additional technician training ourselves.
You never know what the next video is, right? You were fortunate.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to introduce you to one of our board members and one of our dealers who we're very proud of, who can speak to this experience, to this issue with some firsthand experience. That's Mr. Bo Scott.
We definitely, I definitely want to get Mr. Scott, head on down. I want to ask you a quick
Please,
question.
please.
Just for, I think I know the answer to it, but I'm going to give you a softball here.
Sure.
So, they're talking about the Hope Career Grant, which you could go, what you need is a technical college that offers that program in your area. But this is not something like when you finish that, then I need to go out and buy $20,000 worth of tools and come to your shop, right, Mr. Scott? I mean, y'all got your stuff there. Yeah, well, that's why I wanted to get to that, because we've had some situations where sometimes, and the representative and I were talking about earlier about the minimum wage and this and that. So, I mean, folks, anybody can make access to this thing, and you get out and you're doing a whole lot better than you would be, if you did. And so I wanted to make sure, the barrier. So maybe I gave you a good, he gave you a great introduction. I gave you a little bit of a lead in there. So tell us more about what the whole story is there, Bo Scott.
All right. Again, my name's Bo Scott, and I'm the dealer principal at Regal Nissan in Roswell, Georgia, which is my family's business. My dad founded it in 1980, and I think Mr. Representative Chairman Martin was right after he opened, was one of his first customers. Something like that. But
83 actually, but yeah, right there. Absolutely.
He was about 7, I guess.
Yeah.
But I serve with the GADA board of directors, and I'm secretary treasurer. I've been with them for a number of years, and then Metro Atlanta Automobile Dealers Association. I've served on that board since, I guess, 07, 08. Served on a number of different Nissan boards and committees over the years, not the least of which was the EV advisory committee. So again, we're in Roswell, Georgia, North Fulton County. We're one of the few dealers still located in Fulton County. I think that's kind of cool. And then we have 83 employees as of November. And the average salary at our dealership, if you take everybody excluding me, is $101,000. So $100,000 to $110,000 is the average salary at our dealership. Our automotive technicians range from $30,000 to $155,000. Our highest paid person is going to make $155,000 this year. But even a technician entering that's never turned a wrench, never done anything with automotive technician experience is going to start at the $30,000 mark. There's a lot of opportunities for growth within an automobile dealership, not just mine, but all of them. And they can move up, a technician can move up the ladder fairly quickly. We have, and I'm sure there's other dealers, I know that they exist, but for years we've had an apprenticeship program. And so we'll take somebody that's maybe starts out with us as a technician, and what they'll do is they'll start out with doing oil changes and inspections, and maybe then they'll move on to brake jobs, and they'll be looking at some of the changing out tires, and they start building on their career. But after several months to a year, we'll take those people and we'll team them up with a master technician. Right now we have 7 master technicians at our dealership. And we'll team them up with a master technician. So the master technician will take them under their wing for a year to 18 months, and then they'll convert over to a line technician. And a line technician is going to make somewhere around $100,000 a year, 90 to 100 if they're pretty proficient. So there's and that's the great thing about being a technician, is it's not based on anything you bring to the table, other than a willingness to get after it. And that's what I love about it. And in fact, I was a technician when I started. So and And I think that surprises some of my guys when I'm back there showing them how to get something or do something. But recently we went and visited one of the technical programs at a high school in our area. In fact, it was West Forsyth High School. And I was struck by the young ladies in the program. And I had been after my leadership team for a number of years. How come we do not have young ladies in our technician program? And I'd heard excuse after excuse after excuse. And but then when I saw young ladies in the program at the high school, I said, all right, fellas, that's an excuse, and we're not having excuses. So I'm proud to say that we've hired, we just added our third lady technician. And I'm surprised where they're coming from, but we even hired one that was a legal secretary at a law office. That was our first one. So she came and I asked, why are you? I think it's fascinating. I think this is interesting. And I love it. So we're very excited about that. And I don't want to make it sound like I'm a social crusader, because I'm just a capitalist. And I understand that ladies make 80% of the decisions. So if we don't have ladies on our staff, then we're neglecting the people that make the service decisions, people that make sales decisions. And so I just think it makes good business sense.
She just didn't want to work with lawyers anymore.
Yeah. Well, I used to kid about that a long time ago. The only person that had a worse reputation than a car salesman was a lawyer. Some of the, why do I think it's a challenge to recruit, hire, and train young people into the automobile business? We've heard some of those reasons here today. There's a misconception that it's like the equivalent of being a garbage man, or it's like being a janitor. And it's not like that. You're a craftsman. You are learning a skill and a trade that is impervious to economic downturn. In the financial crisis we had in 08 and 09, how we survived that was with our service business. People still needed to get their car serviced. So while salesmen and other people and other trades and technologies and were suffering, technicians kind of still continued on. So it's an impervious trade to be involved in to some of the economic downturns. It's limitless to its upside. A shortage of technicians means some negative things for the driving public. One, a shortage of technicians results in longer wait times and lead times. So should a customer need their car serviced, it could, from a lack of people available, that can result in longer wait times. And here in Metro Atlanta, we know that it's hard to live without your car. It's like living without your cell phone for a day or two. And a bidding war to get technicians among my peers is not good for customers either. And it's not good for the people involved. We try to focus on because technicians are paid, and you may or may not know this, they're paid by the job, they're paid by the hour. So the more proficient they become, the more money they can make. There is an hourly compensation component to their job, but there's also, so if a job, we're going to replace a transmission and it pays 6 hours to replace it, if you can do it in 2, you're still getting paid 6. But you only get that because you've invested the time and the training and the effort to learn how to do it in 2. So that's how technicians make their money. But if I came along and said to a technician, I'm going to pay you $100 an hour, but I may not have the work for you to do, that's not good for them, and that's not good for the public, and it just creates problems and bottlenecks. So some of the things we've done to solve some of these problems, like I said, is we've created an apprentice program, and I'm happy to say most I won't give you an accurate count, but most of the master techs I just mentioned went through our apprenticeship program. In other words, they hired on not as a master tech. We trained them to become a master tech and sent them to proper Nissan schools to achieve that recognition. So you have to commit to recruiting, hiring, and training. And one thing that I've learned, and I learned it from my dad, recruiting, hiring, training is not man, we need somebody. It's a everyday thing. You are constantly recruiting, hiring, and training. And I think some of my peers, we need to focus on that. That needs to be an everyday effort on our part. The other thing about having an ample supply of technicians and some of the problems that it creates by not having them is it's harder then to recruit technicians because it's harder for us to then become flexible with their work schedules. And today, as much as a pay plan means, a flexible schedule, a work-life balance, if you will, is very important to people. And it's not like when I grew up in the business, I used to work 80-hour weeks and you're a car man, that's what you do. You can't do that anymore. So a work-life balance is important. So it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, if you will, by having a shortage of technicians. It creates a business position where it's harder for you to create that work-life balance. So then therefore you have fewer technicians. Well, now you've got fewer technicians, so it becomes harder to have that work-life balance. So some of the things that we can do as not only as dealers, but as our legislative partners is to reduce, and our educators is to reduce some of the stigma associated with being an automobile mechanic. I'll probably age myself, but it's no longer Goober and Gomer at the local filling station that are doing these jobs. In fact, I think Representative Martin asked me this question at a recent gathering. There are 1,000 microchips in the average car. And that's part of the reason we're having problems producing cars. But that's the average car. Then as the car becomes more complex or luxurious, it has even more microchips. The electric car will range somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 microchips. So the cars have become more technologically advanced, and they're not becoming less technologically advanced. That's constantly going to be increasing with the advent of electric cars and other technologies that come online. They're going to become more and more complex and sophisticated and require more skilled technicians. So we need to encourage educators and parents to consider these careers and be open to those opportunities. College isn't necessarily for everyone. You know, I was talking about my highest paid technician. He doesn't have a college education. Neither, by the way, does my top salesperson. Neither one of them have college educations. And they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. I've got people on my leadership team. Some of them have college educations, some of them don't. That's the great thing about being a small business person, is you don't have to put yourself in a hole, if you will. We got to have college educated people. Well, no, we need people that want to and desire to and talent to and ability to. So we need to, I guess, get away from some of the stigma of that. And I'm not sure, but we sometimes, I think, measure our educators based on how many of their students matriculate and go on to college. What we need to measure is how many of them matriculate and go on to be successful members of their communities and very successful careers, as opposed to, well, they went to college and they acquired $100,000 school debt, and then and now they got to figure out how to pay it back, which creates even more problems. So, and then if you've got a degree, you know, it's harder to go back and think you're going to be a technician or something else. So I think the apprenticeship programs and reducing some of the stigma from our educators and parents are some of the things that we can do. And we need to do that hand in glove with our legislative partners. I hear too many times my peers will approach the members, their leaders, their legislators, and ask you to solve the problem. And it's not y'all's problem, just y'all's problem. It's our problem, and it's everybody's got a vested interest in it. So with that, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. And then, yeah, you have, you and your father, the business has been, an anchor, along Hawkenbridge there in Roswell for as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
I think before Hawkenbridge was actually sitting there the way Hawkenbridge may be sitting in.
Yeah, was Lane Road.
Sitting in there now. Yeah, for sure, for certain. And I agree. I mean, we have, and we still do. I mean, we value our university system and our technical college system and 4-year degrees and education thing. But without identifying anybody specifically, and I have probably a number of successful people that were in the graduating class of Milton in 1979 along with me. But I'd venture a guess that probably the most successful one in business and perhaps the monetary reward that went with it didn't have a college degree when last I checked. If in the last 20 years he decided to get that as he was going, he may well have done that. I don't know, but my point is he made his business and did very well with a bit of college and a lot of hard work. And I remember him telling me once the business he got in, I'm not going to do a commercial for him, but the business he got in, he was selling something and it wasn't the best product for the market. And so he went, being familiar with the product and familiar with the sales process of it, he went and built the best product shortly after it was rated as such by a national publication. And the rest, as they say, is in the rearview mirror. So you're absolutely right. There's value in everything we do and value in everything we learn. And so I want to, thank you for being here. We'll take, we have a question from Representative Dickey. He's online. Let me, Representative Dickey, can you hear us? Can you ask the question?
I can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make it quick. Let me ask it.
Hang on, Representative Dickey will be there with.
Can you hear me?
Representative Martin, about the tools, you had mentioned about the tools. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman? I'm sorry. Ask a question would be, it sounds like his dealership really depends on in-house training, apprenticeship program, and not so much a pipeline from the technical college. Is that what I'm hearing? And what kind of premium do you pay incoming people from the technical college if you were to be able to hire them?
Well, we do work with the technical colleges and have had programs with the technical colleges to some success. Some of those master techs I talked about did come through that way. But one of the advantages that we have is if you came and started working for us and had no education in automobiles at all, we'll start you and we'll start training you. But the technical school person can come in and this ties into Representative Martin's question. As you acquire a certain degree of knowledge, which you'd already have coming from a technical school, we'll go ahead and supply you with the tools. We'll buy a box and a basic set of tools, power tools, and then as you take off in your career and become more and more proficient, you can add to that. And that's several $1,000s worth of tools. That's not, the set of tools you get at Walmart in a box about that big. It's a substantial investment.
So I think, Representative, you heard that is that they go both ways. They're just,
Right.
they're not at Regal. They're not opposed to taking somebody with no training, but in the situation they're in right now, a technically trained, an automotive technician from a
Right.
was certified a certificate from,
Yes, and that gives you a general knowledge.
welcome and needed.
Yeah, that gives you a general knowledge. And that's the other thing I was going to touch on. So many all cars have become so technologically advanced. While there's things that cross over, certainly brakes cross over, but there's other things that don't cross over from make to make and model to model. So the technical college gives you a good core to work from. You're going to learn a general concepts, but then as you become, for instance, a Nissan Master Tech, a lot of those skills would transfer over, but some of them absolutely would not to other makes.
Anything further, Chairman?
And by the way, I love y'all's family's ice cream, Representative Dickey.
Thank you.
Are you good, Chairman Dickey?
I'm good. Thank you, Chairman Martin. Yes, I am.
Yes, sir. Representative Bentley.
Thank you. Good to see you, Chairman Dickey. I'm just curious to know, thank you all for being here and sharing your presentation. Nissan, maybe I can get a Nissan Hearse built one day. Yeah. They all in Cadillac right now.
Yeah.
But do you all get a chance to participate in many college fairs or job fairs around the rural part of the state, maybe?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of. We've never been approached about job fairs or that kind of thing.
Okay.
I might add a quick word if I don't mind, Representative Bentley. We've just completed 8 or 9 regional meetings throughout the state. And that question came up at least half of our meetings
Okay.
with encouragement to do that. And I think that's a very good idea. I think that's certainly part of the solution. And in a bigger sense, the dealers that I've found who've had the most success addressing this issue are folks like Bo and other people, regardless of where in the state they are, who take time and, financial resources to invest in relationships and to go to things like the career fairs and to support the local technical school programs and the college and career academies, which, are growing, in my mind, at least, are growing in effectiveness and popularity, particularly in the automotive world. And then there are some instances where high schools still have automotive programs. And those are, we've seen some of those firsthand, like in Forsyth County, where they've been very successful. So to your, just to your question, we think that's absolutely part of the solution.
Thank you.
And I would add one thing to that, and I didn't mean, I didn't talk about that before, is one of the things that we learned when we visited the Forsyth County program was, and I was asking about the ladies, will they actually start reaching those students in middle school or elementary school? They don't wait till they arrive in 9th grade. They're actually developing their interests. And so I've been trying to work with Nissan, the Atlanta Auto Show, other manufacturers and their dealer councils to talk about what are we doing as an industry to create an interest among middle school or younger to combat the perceptions that we have that being an automobile technician can be a lot of fun. And you can almost make it like a computer game. And so that's what I've been trying to work on myself, not just with Nissan, but with others. And I've had a lot of warm reception, but then you gotta do something. You can't just say, that's a great idea. Well, we gotta do something with it. So that's where we are right now, is trying to talk about and think about not just reaching people when they arrive in 9th grade or 10th grade, but 5th graders, 6th graders. Is this something that strikes their interest? And I think so many times it doesn't cross their minds, or doesn't, they have a misconception about what they're looking at there.
I thought about this just as we were talking. We had a wonderful meeting on yesterday morning in Savannah. But have you ever thought about trying to build something around the penal system, those that are getting out, they need to learn the skills and they're ready, and they want something that can help them get back on their feet. Have you ever thought about that?
I've never thought about that, but that's really a great idea. And might even be a even better idea is if the penal system already had some type of training
Right.
there. And I would certainly be open to it. I think that's a great, wonderful idea.
Thank you.
I'm told by Ms. George, you're not gonna be missed.
Mm.
I don't know, it's hard for me to decide. The Department of Corrections has this training in
Oh, good.
some institutions, so we'll follow up on that. That's
Okay.
good.
As will we. Thank you. That's
Yeah.
great. Appreciate that. Yep.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Isn't she the president?
This is
not.
Miss Emily, our president's watching online. So, yeah. So, thank you.
Yeah, it's she's we'll give her a solid outreach, right?
Yes, it's Miss Leah Kirshner. And
Yeah.
she's with us. She's got some family stuff going on, so she'd love to be here in person, but she's very much here. Watching stuff.
the young lady yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Emily, you've received a promotion. Make sure it finds its way in your Christmas bonus paycheck. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you very much. And I'm going to wrap us up here. I believe that that concludes our meeting. So we'll get 3 minutes back if I can talk fast. And I will do that. I want to thank everybody online that joined us here. Thank you, Chairman Dickey, and for those that have been with us all day online. I think Representative Park was out there. I'll just be brief in my remarks to say this, that we've heard a lot of good things. And if we could wave magic wands as a subcommittee to do all of this, I think we can make some major impacts, but it touches and affects. I'm not making excuses. I'm not putting barriers in front of us, but it touches it. Some of these things touch a lot of different places. So that we have to work with. But I will say this, if we're willing to do this, if we're willing, as the car dealers and Mr. Scott alluded to, if we go back all the way to the counselors, if we take into consideration what Dr. Rivera told us today, what the folks from Emory, Dr. Marino from Georgia Southern, if we take into account all of this, Commissioner Jacobs, there are things that we can do. So as a subcommittee, we're going to put some ideas together and we'll meet early in the session next year, because again, we are a subcommittee of higher ed, not a working, not a study committee. So we don't sunset on the 31st. So we'll bring some ideas forward, and I'm going to ask the committee members if you have anything that is, front of your mind that you want to make sure that we consider, and we devote a paragraph or a page to in working through this, that you let us know so that we can do that. But we'll bring some things forward, and we'll look for short, medium, and long-term solutions that are directed at USG and TCSG and K through 12, and then some that we might suggest that we collaborate together on. But I really thank everyone that has put forward their time. This is something that is very important to us. And as I said in Athens, we've talked about it on and off just about every year since I've been down here. And it gets, it gets important and it gets taken care of. And we really have an opportunity, given what we've learned about e-learning and the ability that we have through technology now to do things. We can make a real change with it this year. So I look forward to doing that. And if there's nothing further, I want to wish everybody happy holidays and a Merry Christmas from my family to yours. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention before we leave. This is the first time we've met is a first time I've chaired a meeting as a House Committee Chairman since we lost Speaker Ralston. And I think it is absolutely appropriate to wish his family the best and our prayers for them. And for me to share with you that David Ralston always allowed us as committee chairs our latitude. And when I thought about putting this work group together as a subcommittee, I went and talked to the speaker about it, because you do that, right? He's our speaker, he's our leader. And he looked at me, he said, you don't need to ask me. If you think you need to do that in the committee, He goes, that's your committee. I said, I understand that, Mr. Speaker. I said, but I value what you, he goes, yeah, you don't need to ask me, you should do that. And he said, and you make sure you finish. So we're going to finish. We're going to finish that because we need to do it for Georgia, but we're going to finish that because it's one of the things David Ralston asked us to do is, I don't know what finish is, and we'll know that when we get there. But I want us to keep his family in our prayers. We're going to miss him, and we're not really going to know how much we miss him until we walk in there on January 9th and he's not with us. But y'all keep his family in your prayers. Again, happy holidays to you, from my family to yours. Merry Christmas. Stay safe, and we'll see you in January. With no further business,
Chairman Martin.
will stand.
Chairman Martin.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say thank you for putting this meeting together. It was it's really on my mind a lot, and it's and your staff for all these speakers today. It was not easy getting all these people lined up and coordinated, and thank you for what your this meeting means, and look forward to going forward. And I know this is a real priority for you and for many of us. So thank you for this meeting today.
Thank you, Chairman Dickey. Anyone else I should have asked? Does anyone else have anything they want to add before we wind it down?
I hope, the only thing that I wanted to say is I hope that this committee will stay together, because it seems as if what we're talking about, we seem to be, I'm a consensus builder and a group that like to work together. Even though we may have differences, I do think that this has been good. And Mr. Chairman, just meeting you in January, it proves to me that you're the right person to continue on in this position.
Well, you feel at ease to tell the speaker nominee John Burns that would be the case. No, I'm thank you very much, and we will stay again. Assuming I'm still our ed chairman, we'll stay together as a subcommittee, and we'll bring our ideas to the full committee. We just did it as a subcommittee because it's been hard enough getting 10 folks together. It's been virtually impossible to get 25. But I thank you. I thank you very much. With no further business for the committee, if there's no objection, we'll stand adjourned.